Hello and welcome back to Elden Ring. Let's get back into it. I hope you're having a great morning, day, evening, wherever you are. I unfortunately wasn't able to do another stream yesterday, so I'm just doing more today. Because usually I don't stream. Well, normally, yeah, I don't really stream at this point in time on a Monday. The fuck was that sound? Well, something was destroyed. Okay, well, we did actually somewhat decently yesterday, which mainly means that I was able to finish the mana, or essentially do the entire mana yesterday, which, well, it brought us to Rani, finally, and we talked to her. She wasn't really that open towards us. She seemed very, well, disinclined to give us too much information. But after talking with Rogier in the roundtable hold here, he suggested that we should enter her services in order to find out where she left her real body. Because, well, he wants to examine the so-called death mark that apparently was left behind on her real body when she enacted the Night of the Black Knives, where the death god was killed, and that ultimately apparently led to the shattering. So, I actually don't really know whether or not this is somewhat of a larger choice, right? Whether or not this choice might affect the playthrough going forward. But I want to try it. I mean, so far, I've pretty much, if there was an NPC that wanted something specifically of me, I usually just agree to it. I don't think that I've so far not done something. So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. And afterwards, well, we're gonna, I think, clean up the Urnia a little bit more. I mean, obviously, it also depends on what Rani will actually give us in terms of information, right? Whether or not she will actually disclose where her body was left. There were a couple of let's say, interesting pieces of information yesterday that are somewhat unclear still. So there was a lot of talk about dolls, which I'm not entirely sure about what exactly they were referring to, because Rani, I'm calling her Rani. I'm not quite sure whether or not she's inhabiting another person's body, possibly since she the first time she met us, which I also don't really know why she even did that. Why did she give us Torrent? Why did she give us the bell, but then was not very inclined to help us yesterday, right? I sort of expected her to be a lot more open towards us, since she had already met us and clearly wanted to help us as well. So I don't really know what that's about. But there are 3 towers behind the manor, right? 2 of them are locked, and 1 is occupied by Rani currently. She, however, introduced herself to us as Rena the first time we met her, and one of the towers actually has Rena in its name. So I was thinking that maybe Rena is her sister, or, well, a person that she knows, potentially. And maybe, since she seems to be like 2 people in one, right? Because she has this ghostly face next to her real one. So I was thinking that maybe she is Rani and Rena at the same time. But obviously we don't really know who Rena is. We don't know whether or not she's inhabiting the body of Rena. Or if they both inhabit like an artificial body of a doll. thing that they were talking about. So there's definitely a lot of information that we still don't really, you can't really get behind as of this moment in time. But yeah, so there are still a lot of mysteries left to uncover. And actually, even though, well, we finally met her, I feel like there are still way more questions that have come up while I was looking through the manor, right? I had sort of hoped, especially knowing that Ranni was going to be in the manor, or behind the manor, technically. I had hoped to get a lot more answers, and we got some answers, but we also certainly have more questions now than before. So that being said, I think I will return to the manor and, well, ask Ranni to enter her services or become her vassal, whatever that will entail. And maybe she's going to be more open towards us. Maybe she's going to disclose where her body went, or at least give us a couple of hints as to what else we might be able to do. But, despite these sort of story-related things, there's also a couple of things that I want to clean up in the Liurnier as well. So first of all, I need to check sort of this area towards the lift, right? And towards whatever this cave will be. There's still a dragon that's alive here. I have no clue what's up with the other crystal dragon up here, because he just noped out when I brought him down to like 50% HP. And then we still haven't been to this plateau. And I also don't really know how to get there. So that's still open. Also, yeah, the study hall entrance. I still wasn't able to get to this divine tower. And I'm really confused that seemingly wasn't possible up until this point. So somehow, I mean, there has to be a way to access that as well. And there is an Everjail here that I still want to do and check out. So that's the plan, I think. So, well, that being said, I think, because I pretty much, at the end of yesterday's stream, I kind of looked through everything here, so I'm pretty sure there isn't really anything that I would still need to do here. So let's go to Ranni and see whether or not we can suggest to become her vassal, whatever that even means. And, well, obviously I also don't know whether or not she needs somebody like that. Also, one thing that I'm wondering about, and one thing that I actually don't really like about the design of the game, is this weird symbol of the round table hold that inhibits you from attacking people. It's not here. So technically, I think maybe we would be able to kill Ranni here for some reason if you wanted to. And I think in past Souls games and FromSoft games, well, I don't know. They did a much better job with that. I don't really like the design of the symbol of the round table hold because it seems so artificial, right? It takes, not only does it take a choice away from the player, obviously, but it doesn't really make any sense, right? Why would your character sort of, I mean, it makes sense maybe in the round table hold because you get told very early on that, yeah, there is a sort of non-aggression pact in place. And so you're not able to attack anybody in the round table hold. And that's fine because it gets explained. But in the actual game world, it doesn't really make any sense. How would your character sort of magically know that there is a non-aggression pact in certain places, right? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And so I really, really dislike that design choice, especially since they had already done a much better job in Sekiro, for example. Because in Sekiro, there is no weird symbol or something that just get put onto your screen. Instead, what happens is in Sekiro, if you go back into places that are deemed sort of friendly, right, where Lord Kuro is, for example, or the sculptor in the beginning, what Wolf will do is just he'll put away his katana, right? He'll put away his blade. And so the player immediately knows, oh, hey, these are friendly NPCs. I'm not supposed to attack them. And it's a very, very elegant solution to this problem, right? It's a very elegant design choice. The player character just puts away his weapon, and, well, you can't attack those NPCs even if you wanted to, right? And it's very, very, it's sort of a very subtle thing that works very well and fulfills the exact same solution to this problem, right? Now, the reason obviously why that would have been a lot more difficult in Elden Ring is because they would have had to design, I guess, animations for your weapons being put away. Although, to be quite honest, that would be cool in general if animations like that existed, if your character wasn't constantly running around with his weapons out. I think that would be pretty cool. And most games actually allow you to do that, right? Most games, I think, allow you to put away your weapons. I mean, maybe not like first-person shooters or something, but typically you're allowed to draw and put away your weapons. And so I think it's a really bad design choice to just put this weird symbol on the screen and suddenly your character isn't allowed to attack anymore. It's a very, dare I say, lazy choice, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. And especially since it also creates this awkward situation where now I'm asking myself, well, why isn't the symbol here, right? The game has given us absolutely no reason to attack Ranni. Yet it doesn't display the symbol of the Round Table Hold, suggesting that that would be an option. And I don't like that things that are not present in the actual game world and are just part of your UI are influencing your decision on whether or not you trust or distrust a character, right? That's a very, very bad design choice. And it's very unfortunate because it seems so lazy, as I said before, right?
The curse mark thou seekest is not here. That is all I will say. Now, be gone.
I wish to serve you.
Oh, is that so? Thou wouldst render me aid. Is that thy proposal? Affording thyself opportunity to grope about for the curse mark's location, no doubt.
Maybe.
Very well. There's nothing wrong with a well-laid scheme. What's more, if my past and past wounds beckon to thee, I am curious enough to see what thy destiny portends. I'll allow it. Enter my service, and good hunting to thee.
Aha, and now suddenly the symbol is there. So now suddenly we can't kill her anymore? See, that's what I mean. That's... I'm sorry. That's just... why FromSoft? I don't know. That's such a big... The game can be so fucking good a lot of the time, right? Yet it also has a couple of problems that were already solved in past FromSoft games. That's my biggest problem with this, right? If if this would, if let's say this would have been present in past FromSoft games as well, if they had always done it this way, it still wouldn't be a good design, but it wouldn't really matter all that much, right? I wouldn't really care about it. But because they've already solved this design issue, that's what's making me... I never like, and that's with any game franchise, by the way, one of the worst things, the absolute worst things, and, there are a couple of other really bad things that you could do in terms of game development, but one of the worst things is to revert something that had already been solved in a past game. And unfortunately, for some awkward reason, things like that tend to crop up again and again. I mean, I don't know, just as an example, right? Battlefield. I know that's completely, separated from this game, but I really liked Battlefield, Bad Company 2, Battlefield 3, and Battlefield 4, right? Those are really games that I really, really like to play. And it's been a while since those games have been out, right? I mean, Battlefield 4 came out 10 years ago, right? And it had a lot of problems when it launched. But a lot of the problems that were solved in the process, so Battlefield 4 is actually, they actually came together and solved all of the problems that the game had. And it was a really, really awesome and good game about a year and a half after its initial release. Now, obviously, it's pretty sad that it took that long, but it eventually became a really, really good game. And over that year and a half, I still played the game, right? And you could really see sort of the different problems being addressed, right? And there were a lot of problems. But they were eventually solved. Now, introduce the next Battlefield game, which I think in that case was Battlefield 1. When Battlefield 1 released, it actually shipped with a lot of the same problems that Battlefield 4 had at its release. Not all the same problems. It was a lot more stable, for example. The netcode was a lot better when it launched. But it also introduced a couple of new problems. And some of the old problems being retained while introducing new problems meant that Battlefield 1 overall was not a very great game. It wasn't necessarily a bad one. Those came later, but Battlefield 1, it had a lot of design problems. A lot of design problems. And they never got solved because a couple of them were so, like the map design, for example, is such a core issue and something that the series has done very, very poorly ever since then, right? The map design, which was really good in Battlefield 3 and 4, is one of the worst now, and which is also why people don't like the games anymore, right? Why people don't really like to play the newer Battlefield entries is because their map design is so bad that it's just not fun playing the game. But Battlefield was a franchise that reintroduced problems they had already patched and solved in past games. And the weirdest thing to me, because they also had a lot of problems with sort of scoreboards, with even their basic menu didn't function in Battlefield 1 for a long time. The basic main game menu was not completely functional. Think about that, right? Think about that. Even though the past game already had a functioning menu. You literally only needed to change its design, right? Just change out a couple of graphics and it would have been fine. Yet they did something to break the main menu of the game, right? Imagine if, for example, Elden Ring would just not properly load in your character in the main game menu or something, right? And I'm pretty sure, looking at the sort of main menu of Elden Ring, that FromSoft just keeps copying their main menu. And there is no, reason against that. I mean, why wouldn't they just copy the same code and paste it into this game? There is no reason to change it, right? I mean, I'm sure that there's maybe, in terms of in the background, sort of, I'm sure there's code running that needs to be changed depending on the system you're running it on. couple of other factors as well, especially since the game also connects online. Obviously, you need to update it, but there's also a lot of basic stuff that just doesn't need to be changed, like displaying the amount of time the character has played, or displaying the portrait of the character that you're wanting to continue your playthrough on, right? Battlefield, however, decided to, for some reason, introduce, I don't know, new menus that just had not even half the functionality of the old one. And I don't even, like, how do you get to a decision like that? Honestly, how do you say, oh, let's just completely rewrite the main menu for our game, even though it's the exact same game it's always been, right? It was Battlefield. It functioned the exact same way as the old one. Why would you change anything there? Especially since the new, again, the main menu of the game, the menu, not even in-game, the menu was non-functional, or for a large part non-functional when the game released. How do you fuck something like that up so deeply? I don't get it, right? And ever since then, ever since Battlefield 1's release, Battlefield has just gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. And instead of fixing old issues and then just take those fixes, take everything that works and just add on new stuff to the new game, they apparently decide to just rewrite and completely redesign large portions of the game, but then they never work, right? They're either completely broken or partly broken or just not as good as other things were before. And I guarantee you, they could have literally just taken Battlefield 4, update the graphics a little bit, right? And just release the same game with the same maps, right? And the same everything. And it would have been more successful than their newest release. People would have complained, oh, they're just re-releasing an old game. Yeah, but people would have paid money for that, right? I mean, it still wouldn't necessarily have improved their reputation or image had they done that, but I don't know. And I know that's a rant. I don't really want to continue it too long, but I'm mind blown by the fact that they have such a bad production pipeline. And I don't get why, right? I just don't get it. Because it's not like anybody asked for that. They just decided to do that. And by the way, DICE is also still one of the only developers, and I'm actually somewhat, they are so bad, right, in terms of game design, that for 10 years now, right? I mean, if you look at when microtransactions were introduced into Call of Duty, I think it was about, 8 years ago or something, right? When they became really, really big, when they sold a lot of skins and all that kind of crap, right? And obviously I don't like that. I've never bought microtransactions and I never will, because it's just dumb to do that, right? You can literally just throw your money out the window, and that would probably be more fun than having a new skin in a game, but whatever. That being said, though, DICE, to this day, is too stupid to properly design microtransactions. They just weren't capable of doing that, and I don't really know why. How the fuck does that happen? They just literally could have copied the system that Call of Duty uses, and it would have been fine. However, they tried, I don't even know what they tried. The problem is that their implementation of that was so utterly bad that you weren't even able to tell what they even tried to do, because it was so bad. And still to this day, that continues, right? I don't get it. And that was one sort of larger example of this, but there are tons of smaller examples as well, where developers for some reason changed up certain parts of their game without any reason, right? Things that worked before and have now changed for the worse. Pokemon is a big offender of that. The whole Pokemon franchise is a big offender of that. But, I mean, again, as I said, there are tons and tons of examples. I mean, obviously, on a lot of EA games, especially sort of the yearly releases, there's a ton of stuff that they just break and then never really fix for 5 years. Yeah. I don't really know. I don't really get how something like that even happens. I don't really get how you can fuck something up so fundamentally, right? Because a lot of those things probably go back to decisions that were made at some point, and then they just sort of work themselves into a corner with certain things, and they probably changed a bunch of game code that ultimately is pretty hard to revert, maybe, those changes. I don't really know what they've done with those things specifically, but yeah. And that's got really nothing to do with FromSoft. As I said, I mean, this whole thing about the round table is, like, it's a very, very small and niche thing, right? As you probably noticed, right, I'm very, very upset by things like that, right? I'm very upset when very simple things that already had a solution in a past game suddenly become a problem for no reason whatsoever in a newer game release, right? It's just, there is no reason why that should ever be the case. And unfortunately, in this case, even though I know it's a very, very small thing, and it's not a big problem in the grand scheme of things, but these problems can sort of accumulate, right? It's not really an overarching problem in Elden Ring, I feel like, but I do think that the game has a couple of smaller issues here and there that were already solved in both Sekiro and Bloodborne. And so I wish that they would have just taken those solutions, implemented them into Elden Ring, because Elden Ring, to be completely honest, has a bunch of problems. And I know I said this in the past as well, and apparently Joseph Anderson, by the way, is going to release a YouTube video about Elden Ring in the next couple of days. He hasn't released a video in like 2 years now, 1.5 years, I don't know, so I'm not really sure whether or not that's really going to happen, but he released like a 2-minute video on Twitter that pretty much highlighted my problems with Elden Ring. Because Elden Ring is a game, sadly, like, for example, Breath of the Wild, that jumps wildly between being one of the best games ever made and one of the worst games ever made. It's just a bit weird with that, right? Elden Ring does a lot of stuff really, really well, but it also has some stuff that it does incredibly bad, right? And some of that bad stuff was already good in past FromSoft games, and it's really sad for me personally that they just didn't take those past, and I'm not really, the symbol of the round table hold is not such a big deal. It's a small detail that is not very well designed, but overall, obviously, it's not a big deal. But it is an indication of a problem in the development pipeline, right? And that's very interesting because if those kinds of problems already crop up in these small little things, like the symbol in this case, right? That also means that the same problems get exaggerated and become really big problems in other areas of the game. And we can see that, right? There are some really fundamentally big problems with Elden Ring that I feel like had they taken a bit more care with, and had they maybe looked at their past games a bit more and really figured out, well, what were the good parts that we could have taken over from those games and just pretty much not necessarily copied over, but take the idea of what they did there and introduce it into this game, right? Yeah. I don't know. Let's continue, though. That was long enough of a rant, I feel like.
Then I ask we proceed with haste. There is, in my service, a half-wolven warrior by the name of Blythe. I would have thee join him in searching for the hidden treasure of Nokron, the Eternal City. I have called for Blythe to greet thee below. Take from him the particulars. Ah, and there wilt thou find Iji, my war counselor, and Salavis, preceptor in the sorcerous arts also. Heed not their peculiarities. Feel secure in gaining from them what advantage thou canst. I am sure the others will be doing just the same.
Okay. That actually sounds like a lot. I wasn't expecting that. So first of all, Blythe, that's pronounced Blythe. Is that like a... What kind of pronunciation is that? With the double D in the name? Would that be, I don't know, Welsh or Scottish or Irish or Blythe? I'm not familiar with that. And so then, well, she also talked about Saluvis. She talked about Ichi. Ichi was the smith, right? That we've already met. And this Blaze guy, is that the wolf that we've met in the Mistwood? I mean, we'll see, I guess, but that's going to be interesting.
Speak with the three who await thee below. Thou needst not indulge them unduly, but they too wish to appraise thy worth. It hath been a passing long time since a newcomer entered my service, after all.
And we're looking for Nokron, is what she said? In the Eternal City? So is that where her body has been buried, maybe?
Speak with the three. Thou needst not. It hath been a...
Okay. Well, then let's introduce ourselves. I wonder if, like, when you don't enter her service and or just kill her, if that's even possible, would those three never introduce themselves to you, or... At this point, I'm just wondering what kind of different sort of solutions and possible ways there are to proceed with the game. Why the heck are you here in spirit form? Wait, what? How does that work specifically? Can you just appear as a spirit wherever you want to appear?
So you were the one. Lady Rani has explained everything. Again, I am Iji, the Karian royal family's dedicated blacksmith and Lady Rani's war counselor. I'm told that you are searching for Nokron with Blythe. I will give you whatever guidance I can, and pray for your success.
Okay. Iji is also her war counselor. And Blythe? So what exactly... Nokron, is that supposed to be a place? I think it is, right?
My apologies for the misleading words of warning. I never imagined that an audience, let alone service to Lady Rani, was in your fate. I, for one, should have seen it, but I did not.
Well, you just warned us about
me, my fellow.
About the spells.
Let us give all that we can of ourselves, together, for Lady Rani. Let us give all that we can together.
Well, I'm still confused. Like, how can you be here in, like, a spirit form? Is that just... Can people do that? That is something that the game is presenting very inconsistently as well. I don't know whether or not it is really inconsistent, but there's a lot going on with spirits and ashes, right? And at one point we were told that the ashes that we summon, for example, are just spirits that weren't able to return to the Earth Tree. Yet there are also other types of spirits throughout the game world that all work in, like, different ways. Some of them just showing us to cave entrances, and we don't really know, like, how is that possible? Who are those people? Why are they doing that? And then they disappear, but some of the other ones just seemingly stay around and just repeat whatever they said originally, even though we've already dealt with what they were talking about. I don't know. There's a bunch of weird sort of different ways in which spirits can work here, and unfortunately the game never really, explains that. Hi. I think that is the wolf person that we've met in the Mistwood, right?
Long time, friend.
Yeah.
Life. If you've forgotten. Glad to have you in the service of Mistress Rani. Well, getting right to business. I'm still in Limgrave.
Ah, okay.
The eternal city of Nokron lies somewhere at the bottom of this land. I'm planning to go below through the well in the Mistwood. See if I can't find the road to Nokron from there.
Oh. Right. Somehow I connected the Eternal City with the capital, but those are two different things, right? The Eternal City is what lies below, in those wells. That is very interesting. So, in this particular case, the well here in Liurnia is apparently connected to Nokron. So Nokron lies below in the well. Well, now I'm honestly... We've met him in the Mistwood before, and the Mistwood also has one of those entrances to the Eternal City, right? So now I'm wondering if that was always his sort of task, to try and go there and find Nokron.
I'm going below through the well in the Mistwood. See if I can't find the road to Nokron. Don't keep me waiting, eh?
That is very, very interesting, because I don't know, it's been so long since I discovered the Eternal City in the Mistwood, and as I said before, the quote-unquote story of the game is very non-existent in Limgrave, unfortunately. Liurnia and the Academy is much better with that, but in Limgrave, it feels like the game's not really explaining all that much, unfortunately. And so, I don't know, I honestly thought that the well and everything sort of below it would have been more of a thing that you yourself can discover, like a very mystical, mysterious place that exists within the game world, but doesn't really connect to anything all that much. But so I'm honestly glad and surprised that now that place actually plays a role, apparently. That's very interesting.
I'm going below, see if I can. Don't keep me waiting.
So we're looking for Nokron, and he is entering the Eternal City from the well in Limgrave, which is interesting because we've already been there, and we've looked at about half of what you can see there. There were a couple of those teleporters that I didn't try out, so there was like a second sort of plane to that whole place, and also a boss that I still haven't defeated. So maybe doing that will give us some answers. So it might be time to return there. That's pretty cool. And also, well, yeah, that explains, I don't know, maybe it's Rani who can potentially summon her servants in this spirit form to be able to talk to them. That is pretty cool. I mean, considering how we met Rani the first time, she herself might be able to sort of teleport in this fashion.
I see. You must be Rani's new hireling. Yes, I've heard all about you. I am Celovis, preceptor in the sorcerous arts. I don't know what it is the mistress sees in a provincial tarnished like you, but since we have the misfortune of serving the same lady, I ask that you kindly try not to drag us all down with you.
I don't like you. Well, I didn't even like him before. So, what was his name? Ceruvis, right? No, Celuvis with an L. Celuvis. He's not fond of working with us. The reason why, I mean, I haven't met him personally before, but he actually left behind a message with an image of himself down in the hidden room here, close to these three towers. And that message said something along the lines, "Don't mess with my doll," or something. And he seems to have like a doll that looks like a scholar of the academy. Potentially a woman. Right? And, you know, there were some assumptions, let's say, being made in my mind about what he's doing with that doll. And yeah, that's sort of, you know, as a first introduction to their character, that certainly didn't really raise my expectations, let's say.
I reside in another tower close by. Come and pay me a visit. Should you wish to be of actual service to Mistress Rani. If it were up to me, I wouldn't waste my time on the likes of you. But who am I to stand against the wishes of my lady? I reside. Come and pay me. Should you? If it were up to me. But who am I?
So let's do that first, because his tower obviously is right next to this one. What? Oh, wait, what? What the fuck is going on? Why are we trapped here, exactly? I guess we're supposed to talk to Rani again? That is weird. So she... What? She wants us to talk with her servants, people, whatever, yet she also imprisons us in a way? So I guess this will open up the second tower, and then we'll probably get to know Rena at a later point in time, or her fate, or whatever. I mean, I know I already mentioned it, but I just find it so interesting. So the whole, ever since we actually entered Liurnia, right, the game felt much more like it had an actual main story and main quest that I'm now following, right? Whereas the beginning parts in Limgrave in the Weeping Peninsula really seemed random and arbitrary. That is such a weird design choice. Why don't they start with this area?
Allow me to forewarn thee. I shall soon enter my slumber.
The fuck does
and
that
it will
mean?
be some time before I wake. This doll's body is not without its hindrances. Still,
Okay.
I have high hopes for thee. I look forward to the good news when I arise.
So Rani has to enter slumber. hindrance of her dull body. Yeah, that's...
I shall soon end, and it will be some I have high look for.
I don't really know what that means. The game hasn't really explained what dolls are or might be. So now I suspect that the spirits are gone? Yes, okay. Huh. What a weird way of reintroducing these characters. Wait, what? Why are they still hostile towards us? Wouldn't they be friendly now? Technically? That's weird. Okay, I think I'm gonna talk to Solubis first, see what he's on about and what he might want from us, I guess. And afterwards, I'm gonna go back to his secret lair and see if maybe something has changed with that weird doll of his. Can I just jump down here? Ooh, that was... It almost looked like the standing up animation was cut short for some reason. Okay. And now his tower is just open. It's interesting. But see, again, in this case, I could kill him, I think. So, what's up with that? I like your hat, though.
Well, you took me at my word. Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze.
I kind of want to kill him.
I suppose you're here now. Perhaps I'll give you something to do. I'd like you to find a woman called Nefeli to administer a potion.
Okay.
Even you can do that much, can't you?
Nefeli? Why does the name seem familiar? Yeah, sure, why not?
Good, good. Now I shall hand over the potion in question.
Solubis' potion. Why do I have a feeling that that's a poison?
Find Nefeli and ensure she drinks it. I expect glad tidings, and soon. I've no time for idle chit-chat. The only thing I will hear from you is a report of your task's completion. Are we understood? Then off you trot. I have enough on my plate.
I do very much like his voice actor, though. He fits the character perfectly. That's a very, very good casting choice. Okay, so Nefeli, did we ever meet that person? Why does that name sound familiar? I wonder. It's not the maiden. Her name is Hayeda. That's just a merchant. Honestly, yeah, I'm honestly not that sure. Somehow the name seems familiar. I'm probably, I don't know. For some reason... Yeah, those are just merchants. Her name is Selen. Well, maybe I haven't met her. Why does the name sound so familiar, though? I wonder if that's the sorceress that is chained up on the Weeping Peninsula. I mean, that's... I could probably, or should probably try if that's her. Although it might also be a person that I just haven't met yet. And you're just letting me wander through your tower? Can I open... Because there was... I think there was a chest at the top, right? I guess he's just allowing me entrance now? I do need to check on Renna's tower as well. To see whether or not her tower might be open as well. Let's see. Hey, another memory stone. That's kind of insane. So they let you have... How many slots do I have? 8? Well, then again, I've never really leveled attunement slots enough in the other FromSoft games, so I honestly have no idea how many slots you were potentially able to get in, like, Dark Souls or something. That's not something that I ever tried, really, to level that much. Does seem pretty insane, though. Because even though I have a lot of sorceries and incantations, I still think that in this particular case, 8 slots are actually quite a lot. Like, more than what I would need. Right, where was the entrance to this underground room? I want to see whether or not there's something else there. I also wonder what would have happened, or how Selubis would have interacted with us had we done something to his doll here. Wait. Oh, that's interesting. He was previously sitting here, being all scared, right? But now, for some reason, he's attacking us. I so dislike things like that, right? Technically, now that we entered Ranni's service, it doesn't really make any sense that anything in this sort of vicinity would attack us. I really, really wish they would have designed more sort of ways to, I don't know, make entire areas friendly towards you as the player. It just simply doesn't really make any sense that either the wolves or this, like, sorcerer would still attack us now that we've entered Ranni's service, right? That doesn't really make any sense. This is the message. Selubis' puppet, do not touch. I wonder, I mean, this seems to be some sort of research room of Selubis. Which makes me wonder what he did to these people. I mean, these are, I think, I mean, this might be a boy, but, I mean, they look like potentially tarnished. That might have been a finger maiden, I don't know. It's just interesting, there are a lot of sort of different people here, right? Especially now that we know... Ooh, those eyes look creepy. Now that we know that Ranni is a doll, or has a doll body, I'm wondering if Selubis has maybe experimented on different sort of body types or something to create living dolls. And then there's this one as well. For some awkward reason, we can't really interact with it. I did try to attack these, however, so... Huh. Well, I'm quite sure there's a couple of ways to misfortune ahead. I don't really... I wonder what Seluvis's deal is. Is he experimenting on these bodies? What's the goal here? Let's see if Renna's tower has been opened up as well. Well, I mean, I'm sure that we will ultimately find out what Seluvis is all about at some point. Okay, so Renna's tower is still closed. So I suppose that will probably open up if we continue with the quests that we've been given. God, this feels so much better to actually have quests to follow, right? I mean, I have nothing against an open world, you know, just sort of inviting you in and, you know, just intriguing you by the design of the world itself. That's not a big deal, but it needs to, you know, there needs to be, what's the word? There needs to be other stuff as well, right? If it's just the world, it's very, very hard to keep up interest, I feel like. And now, finally, it feels like we're actually on a quest. We're actually looking for things, right? It's actually getting interesting. And, God, I wish they would have had more of that at the beginning of the game. I really, really wish there would have been more stuff. You know, just remove this weird guidance of grace, and for every one of these guidance arrows, right, just remove the arrow and insert dialogue with your finger maiden. Insert dialogue with Melina, right? And her explaining stuff and just talking with you about the world, about what you're supposed to do, all that kind of stuff, right? That would have been so much more interesting than how the game introduced itself. The whole first part, while the world is interesting, right, in Limgrave, and there's a bunch of interesting stuff to do, you know, at a certain point it just became not frustrating, but certainly somewhat uninteresting to traverse it, because it felt like there was no real purpose to it. There was this vague notion of, oh, I need to become Elden Lord, I need to collect great runes. I mean, at that point, you don't even really know what that means, since you don't really have one, right? And the people in the Round Table Hold, most of them anyway, aren't really helpful either, right? They don't really... I mean, Gideon Ofnir, for example, he straight up refuses to talk to you, really, until you get that first great rune, and all of that just makes the game itself is almost like it's not inviting you in, right? For some weird reason, it almost feels like the game is trying its hardest to block your path, right? Which is such a weird thing, because you would think that the game wants you to play it, yet it does a lot to push you to not play it. Which is very weird. And then suddenly you enter Liurnia and you get to the academy and you finally learn a lot of really important pieces about the world and about certain other things and about what happened in the past, and you get actual quests to do, and you know, suddenly everything becomes a lot more interesting. And I'm really just confused as to why they just didn't do that originally. Especially since the bits and pieces are already there, right? I mean, the Stormvale is such an interesting place, but unfortunately no NPC or no quest is really guiding you through it, right? It's an interesting location. And there's a lot going on in Stormvale, sort of in the background. I mean, the whole sort of thing with the Death God and Ranni potentially killing that thing on the Night of the Black Knives, all of that is already present in Stormvale, right? That's actually a sort of a central plot point almost. Yet it's not really shown or explained to you at all up until that point. And I don't really get why. I mean, there is so much potential in this game world from the very beginning. So many interesting places to visit, interesting things you can do and discover, and mysteries to solve. Yet the game doesn't really give you those mysteries for some awkward reason. Also, I need to change this marker. Patches is not there anymore. But that is just weird, isn't it? That is just so weird. Okay, so let's actually get into some gameplay. So this tower, Renna's Rise, is still closed. Preceptus Luvis. Let's do this Everjail first. I know it's got nothing to do with the quests that we've been given now, but I wanna do it. Although, well, if I die, then I will lose the bonuses from my Great Rune, which might potentially mean that I have to let's actually keep this in my equipment for now. But yeah, it means that I potentially have to do something about my carrying weight, because I might not be able to wield my scythe if I die and don't have the effects of the Great Rune anymore. Though I might remove my shield. I mean, I've been two-handing the scythe for some time now, I think, and yeah, that might be a thing going forward. I don't really know if I want to use the shield anymore. We'll see. Okay. Whoa. Another one with those weird timings. How often is he going to do that? Oh, that's a dumb move. I have a feeling his second phase might be really annoying. Oh, I can... Why? Oh, sure, probably shouldn't have healed that. Ooh, nope. Well, I mean... Nope, that was the wrong timing. At least that spell takes ages to start. And he's like... What the... Oh, well... He's pretty much already dead. Yeah. Meteorite, okay, so you get the spell that he's using. That was an awkward fight. I mean, at least I didn't die, but... It's interesting to me that for some reason his attacks didn't really deal that much damage. I wasn't really expecting that, because I haven't really leveled Vigor anymore. I mean, obviously I did put some points into Vigor, but the game's still constantly confusing me with its balance. I currently have 31 Vigor. That's not bad. And I also need to think about being level 68 obviously also increases your defenses, right? So I need to keep that in mind as well. But I don't know. Sometimes I honestly had the feeling that I was sort of heavily under-leveled in terms of Vigor, because a lot of the things that I encountered just dealt massive points of damage to me. Yet all of a sudden now we get to an Everjail like this, and it's really, really simple. There's definitely something finicky going on with the game's balance. I don't really know. I think I made this fight much harder on myself than it needed to be, because I actually, when I hit him, I probably could have just done a full combo on him every time, and it would have just stunned him or stun-locked him. So I think, I made that fight actually harder on myself by staying at a range. I mean, it wasn't really hard, so ultimately I think it didn't really matter, but it's still... I don't know. Okay, so we've done this. That's pretty cool. I want to look at this general area and see whether or not there's some... I don't expect there to be anything too interesting there, but... Also, the description of EG now changed to War Counselor EG, which is really interesting. Just want to talk to him again and see whether or not he has to say something else.
How can I help?
Yeah, so he will explain certain things, hopefully.
I take it you've heard of the eternal city of
Noxtella.
Well, it has a twin, known as Nokron, the other eternal city. After years of expeditions, we've determined the location of Nokron by going underground through the well in the Mistwood of Limgrave. You can see Nokron up above. Only we've failed to find a path leading to the city. Blythe's made a good go of it, but I'm afraid this has him quite stumped. To be honest, I'm not sure where to go from here.
That is interesting. So, okay. I honestly wish that the game would have not let you enter that place. I think keeping this a secret up until now maybe would have been the more interesting choice. Although, well, then again, you would have sort of taken away from the player discovering that on their own. It's just that the wells that let you access Nokron and Noxtella seem... I mean, they're very, very obvious places, right? And you can just go in and take the elevator and that's it. I mean, there's no seal on it, no puzzle to solve, no hard boss to kill, right? It's just straight up, you enter the well and it just has an active elevator in it that leads you to those eternal cities. What is interesting though, as I just mentioned, is that, so we've more or less already been to Nokron, we just didn't know what it was called. But we were only able to access sort of the lower portion of it. And I suspect that the way to get to the upper portion is probably going to be by killing the moose, the magical moose there, right? And I have a feeling that that fight is not going to be such a big problem anymore, because the damage that the moose will deal to me since I leveled up will probably be less. I have new offensive options as well, so yeah, I expect that fight to be not as difficult as it was before. Not that it really was difficult, but especially since it was dealing quite a bit of damage to me, I just couldn't really be bothered with trying to fight it. And also, honestly, I did have a feeling that maybe, because, well, the way you enter Nokron, actually, when you enter the well, right, clearly all of the enemies there felt sort of above my level, especially since it just took ages to kill them. They weren't really that difficult, all things considered, but their HP compared to the damage that I was dealing to them was definitely on the higher end. So I was suspecting that I was sort of underleveled at that time for that particular place, which I don't really think is going to be a thing anymore. Yeah. And, you know what? Maybe now we might actually be able to summon Blythe in order to help us with the boss fight. That might be a thing, right? I mean, logically, that would make sense. That would be pretty cool. And then, yeah, we would be able to access Nokron. Oh, that was a weird change in the background. Did you see that? The transitional weather effects are sometimes a bit, well, not necessarily bugged, but certainly designed very awkwardly. Yeah. So that's going to be interesting. The other interesting part, though, is that Noxtella, first of all, Noxtella is fairly close by, right? Noxtella is accessible via the well here in Liurnia. So don't really know what that place is about. I didn't really want to enter it because it had this giant worm hanging upside down from the ceiling, and I wasn't really sure what that was about. Do you have anything more to tell us about that?
I take it you've heard of the eternal city of Noxtella?
Actually, not.
It has a twin. After years of expedition going under only Blythe.
Okay, so he's just telling. I think it's actually quite weird that he just assumes that we know about Noxtella. I mean, yes, I do, technically, because I've been down the well, and I've seen sort of the I guess, outer parts of it, but nobody's ever really talked about that. There hasn't been an NPC that has ever mentioned either of those places. And, I wonder if I missed something there. Maybe if I would have actually tried to get past that worm thing, maybe I would have met somebody telling me about Noxtella and what the city is about. I mean, I will be back there, right? But just pretty interesting to me that he just sort of assumes, oh yeah, you've been there, right? You know about that.
Blythe is Lady Rani's stepbrother.
Oh.
Rani's mother, Queen Renala, approved of him, and they played like siblings from childhood.
Okay.
They were always happy to have me tag along as well. When Lady Rani renounced her flesh and chose the dark path of the Empyrean, Blythe and I swore allegiance as vassals. But none of us will ever forget our earliest days together. Promise to look after Blythe for me, will you? The man is honest to a fault. But fortunately, now he has you.
Oh, God, FromSoft, why the fuck do you let me... I hate that so much. Why do they let me talk to him about Nokron again, and he just repeats the same dialogue, yet I can't repeat the same dialogue about the... about Blythe in this case. I wanted to hear that again, for fuck's sake. So he's Ronnie's stepbrother. I wonder... So... how does that work? Was Blythe a child that Radagon already had before he married Renala? Or did they adopt Blythe, maybe? Don't really know that much about him. I mean, maybe we get to learn that. You know, one thing that's really, really cool in this particular case is that you meet Blythe before, right? You can meet him and he's actually talking to you and doing stuff, right? I think that's pretty cool. That they introduce you to him without actually telling you too much about him. I do like that very much in this particular case. It's just, see, that's the problem, right? I would have cared for Blythe a lot more had I already been on a proper quest in Limgrave. If there would have already been a more fleshed out story at that point, I think I would have been much more interested in Blythe. But the problem is that the game sort of puts itself down a lot in Limgrave, which is just weird to me. And what I'm talking specifically about is that sort of everybody you meet in Limgrave, all of the characters, all of the NPCs, even the ones that seem to be very central to the plot now, like Ranni, who introduces herself as Renna, and your Finger Maiden as well, and even the people in the Round Table Hold at that particular point in time, you meet so many NPCs, actually, even at the beginning of the game, right? Or, well, not really at the beginning, but while you're traversing Limgrave and the Weeping Peninsula, right? There's actually quite a lot of NPCs that you meet. Yet, the game makes it seem as if all of those NPCs are completely unimportant, right? And as if they're only sort of there to, you know, to fleshing out the game world a bit more, right? Just to have something else to do, people to talk to, right? Instead of just only fighting enemies, to break up the pace a little bit. But through the whole time in Limgrave, it always feels as if all of those NPCs are just sort of, they're never more than that, it feels like, right? It always feels like as if the NPCs are just sort of flavor, and not anything actual important. Yet now we learn that's actually not the case, right? Now we learn these NPCs are actually important. And I wish that they would have done that from the very beginning. I don't really get, because there's no... The world doesn't seem more mysterious because we weren't introduced to a quest in Liurnia, in Limgrave, right? The world doesn't seem more mysterious or more dangerous or anything, really. Honestly, the world just seems more boring because of that, right? The world seems somewhat random, and you as a player, at least in my particular case, at certain points, I just sort of felt indifferent towards the places that I visited and the NPCs that I talked to. I honestly just felt indifferent to them because the way the game introduces you to it, to the whole thing, and the way the game introduces you to the NPCs and to what they are doing and all of that, is really, really badly done, right? I mean, they just give you this vague notion of what the world is about and what you are supposed to do, and then they just let you loose. And while the exploring the world is really interesting, anything in terms of NPCs and stuff is always just, you're kind of indifferent towards it because, well, because there's not much going on, right? You never really feel like there are any actual stakes or any actual quest beyond the sort of vague notion of, hey, become Elden Lord. You don't even really know what that means. You don't know anything about the history of the world, right? You're very, very indifferent towards that. And honestly, I don't really get why they did it that way. It feels like that they honestly should have yeah, I don't know. They should have introduced you to cool quests from the very beginning. I think you should meet Rogier a lot earlier, even before entering Stormvale, or alternatively, he should talk a lot more in Stormvale when you meet him. All of those interactions and the things that Rogier is looking for, there should be much more there. I think Rogier, for example, should actually give you a quest to look for that death god. I mean, for his whole story arc that we've now learned about, it would have made much more sense if he had maybe given us a quest to look for that death god at the bottom of Stormvale, right when we meet him the first time, right? Or not, maybe not at the first meeting, right? Which is why I'm saying it would have been interesting to meet Rogier before entering Stormvale, so that when you meet him again in the castle, he already trusts you more and would be willing to disclose that object of his search, right? So that would be much more interesting. Also, it would explain his wounds later on a lot better, right? He just suddenly appears in the Round Table Hold and he's wounded. And that sort of incident, it would have been much more interesting to maybe not witness it specifically, but certainly, you know, it should have been much clearer when that actually happened and why it happened. And, yeah. So that would have been much more interesting. It would have been much more interesting. So the reason I just now looked through my notes, and when I first met Blythe in the Mistwood, he was looking for Darrowell, and he called him a traitor. I don't know who that is. Interestingly enough, we know of an NPC that is called just D, right? Friend of Rogier, sitting in the Round Table Hold. I don't know if Blythe was maybe looking for him. That would certainly make this whole thing a lot more interesting. I don't know why Darrowell would be considered a traitor. Maybe because he wasn't really... I mean, we know that... or at least I assume that D is sort of disapproving of Rogier's actions, right? At least that's what he sort of led on. And, well, now I'm wondering about that, right? Maybe Bryce was talking about him. But yeah, as I said before, there's so much going on actually in Limgrave that I wish a lot of it would have been more central to the plot. I mean, the whole thing with Castle Morn, for example, and Edgar and his daughter. Why not incorporate that into the whole Stormvale questline, right? Why not incorporate that and somehow, I don't know, give me a second here. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. Where was I? Right, so the whole thing was with Edgar and his daughter in Castle Morn. There was so much more potential there, right? Why not incorporate that into the whole Stormville questline? Why not, for example, I don't know, make this whole incident with Castle Morn and the reason for why their people have been killed is maybe because they aligned themselves with Stormville and ultimately were betrayed by Stormville or something, right? Or just introduce a quest line with the Beastmen. I mean, they're mentioned a lot of the time, right? The Beastmen themselves, and there are things going on with the Beastmen, especially also with Kenneth and that fort that we were at. Something went on with the Beastmen there as well, yet we don't really know about that. And the fort is even the place where we get one of those medallions that seemingly are there to activate a lift that at that point you don't really know anything about, right? There is so many things that you can find and discover that are in the game, yet the game don't really references them. And the result is that you as the player become more and more indifferent towards all of those things because the game seemingly doesn't really acknowledge its own content, right? It's there, but it also doesn't really play any kind of role up until that point. And now, tens of hours later, right, we finally get introduced to those quest lines, and we retroactively get to know what those things were potentially about, although not all of those things, right? I mean, the whole of the Weeping Peninsula is still, I'm sort of indifferent towards that, because I don't know if that's even connected to anything, really. The fort with Kenneth as well, don't really know if there was something going on there, no idea. So, yeah. I wish they would have done so much. There is so much potential in terms of really good storytelling in this game, but they're just not doing it. That is really aggravating, right? I don't know. Why is the game wasting so much of its storytelling potential? I don't get it. I honestly don't. And just, to be clear here, this story is much more intriguing than anything that happens in any of the Dark Souls games that I've played. It's much more interesting than what happens in Bloodborne. Okay. Why was the server connection lost? Are they having problems? Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, I mean, it autosaves the entire time, right? I don't want to start in offline mode. Are you fucking kidding me? Are they doing some dumb server? Are the Elden Ring servers down? Are you fucking kidding me? That would be pretty bad. Maybe I'm just having problems connecting? Well, now it's saying something else. I'm just gonna try a couple of times. Oh, for fuck's sake. I mean, I was talking, although I was getting to sort of the end point here, but... Oh, fuck. Yeah, they're actually doing maintenance on the servers. Okay, well, at least I know what's going on. So, starting in offline mode, yeah. Hopefully it has saved everything correctly. But, yeah, we can just play in offline mode for now, that's fine. Okay, where was I? Yeah, with the quest lines and the characters, right? They wasted so much potential with the storytelling in this game. It's kind of insane to me how much potential they wasted. And yeah, the story is actually, I mean, it's not really, okay, so the storytelling in Sekiro is not that great, right? I mean, the story is just sort of basic, but it's there, right? And the characters are kind of cool, and at least storytelling exists in Sekiro compared to the other FromSoft games. But honestly, at least for me personally, this kind of story here in Elden Ring, now with everything that I know about the Academy and everything that's been going on here, is a lot more interesting to me than the other things that FromSoft has done up until this point. And it's such a shame that they wasted so much potential in the earlier stages of the game. And I don't really know why, to be completely honest. Well, okay, but let's actually get into the game once more and do a couple of things here. Also, let me see, what did I... Yeah, let me equip the Baldachin's Blessing again. Just so that I can get more... more HP at a certain point when I use it. Yeah, I still need to deal with the Crystal Dragon. The problem is I really dislike fighting those dragons because they fly away so much. But let's look at this general area first and see whether or not there's anything interesting going on here. So we have these Albinorics all over the place for some reason. Well, that didn't really work the way I wanted it to, but I mean, well, it almost kind of worked. Wait, I have the... Ah, right, I can just do this. I completely forgot that I had that in my attunement slots now. Okay, that's that item. Still wondering what these Albinorics are about. Are you serious? Yeah, whatever. I shouldn't have even engaged with them. No real point to it. I should probably make sure that there are no other caves here. There was one here, right? A lump of flesh. Okay. It's actually interesting to me now with the maintenance going on. When I really think about how much I've interacted with the online elements of this game, there really isn't much, right? I mean, yeah, certainly the messages obviously are a thing. And they do influence how you play, obviously, right? Because they can be placed in front of invisible walls and all that kind of stuff, right? So if you see messages or a lot of messages in a place, you know that there's something interesting going on there, right? I mean, there's it definitely influences the way you play. And it's part of the game, I feel like, honestly. At least for me. I always thought about that being part of the game for me, and while I mean, I've talked about that as well, but I do think that they should have innovated a lot more on how these messages work. But that being said, there's still kind of a cool element to the game, right? And still somewhat of a unique element as well, compared to other games, right? So, wow, a Somber Smithing Stone 4? Ooh, that's cool. Maybe I should actually upgrade that sword that I found in the mana. Right? The legendary one? With the fire and magic damage at the same time? Just to see how good it actually is. I don't think it's going to be that good, but... might be cool to use. I don't actually... do I have other unique weapons that require these Somber Smithing Stones? Well, I could upgrade my crossbow, I think. Right? I don't... I don't know whether or not smithing stones would be wasted on that, though. Not really sure. Okay, do I actually want to go into the ravine quite yet? I mean, why not? I could potentially unlock like a site of grace or something to get back there. Yeah. I'm honestly, well, with the quests that I've been given now, I'm actually a bit, there's a lot that I could do now, right? I could just, you know, what I'm doing now, I could just, I guess, continue my journey through the game, or I could actually do the quests, I guess. Okay, so are these just giant versions of the small ones, I think? Can you... say, why does being inflicted by poison sort of awkwardly change... oh, that's not the spell that I wanted to use. But why does it sort of stunlock you? That's kind of weird. I just wanted to see whether or not these things do anything, really. I don't think they do. It's probably not really worth it to engage with them. This really is just a straight-up ravine, isn't it? Doesn't look like there's anything too particular here. No cave or special enemy. Just a bunch of these giant things. Oh, right. I wanted to look at the map, but I'm still in combat. I wonder why this is leading upwards again. Okay. Just really wonder whether or not I might... hello? That's a knight, right? I'm just wondering whether or not I'm potentially missing caves or something. I don't think that I am, but I mean, you never know, right? Bye-bye. I really do like the scythe. It's... I don't know, to be honest, as much as I liked my smaller sword at first, right? The sort of basic idea that I started out in terms of my character was definitely that I was trying to sort of play the role of an assassin, and that's been more and more, I've more and more strayed away from that as the game went on, and well, the main reason for that is actually that who the fuck are you? Oh, they're just miners, I think. The main reason for that is that, honestly, using bigger weapons or two-handed weapons just seems so much easier than using smaller ones. Because as soon as you reach that threshold where you're able to stun or stun lock your enemies, right? If one of your attacks actually stuns the enemy for a split second or breaks their poise, right, and stops them from attacking you, that is such a incredibly giant advantage over other weapons, right? And the problem is that I think the sword isn't fast enough, right, to sort of counteract the fact that you can't actually stun your enemies most of the time. I think those smaller swords should actually be faster. I don't know, I kind of dislike the fact that bigger weapons are so much better than smaller ones. I wish that would be different. What? Wait. Oh, he's throwing that. I didn't realize for a second. Yeah, I think I honestly actually made the game much harder than it needed to be by choosing the Warhawk Talon as my main weapon for long portions of the first parts of this game. Which is kind of unfortunate, because I wish that smaller weapons would have other sort of beneficial features. Hi.
I don't want any trouble.
Ooh, he sells rune arts? I need to remember that. Bone Great Arrow, Bone Great Arrow Fletched, and Bone Ballista Bolt. Well, I don't need those things, but... whatever. He's also selling this shield. Interesting. Composite bow, rift shield. Small metal round shield depicting a sinister rift. Okay. An antiquated charm that glares back at the enemy. It boosts focus. Oh. So it's supposed to invoke fear in your enemy. That is interesting.
Done? Well, Leon.
Huh. So he sells rune arcs. I think I've actually met a couple of other merchants that sell rune arcs as well, right? I think the twin maidens in the twin maidens in a Round Table Hold sell rune arcs as well. I think. Balam Church. Wait, where the fuck am I? Ah, okay. Now I'm on the Balam Highway. Balam Church. Well, at some point I definitely want to go back to this highway. That's an interesting path. Weird way of designing a church, but okay. Yay, another sacred tier. Are you fucking... Wait. I'm at +5. What is this actually giving me +6 on my flasks? That would be kind of insane. It does. Holy fuck. Already +6? That feels like such an overkill, honestly. Oh well. Why not? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna check back on the highway as well. I just want to take a look at where the ravine is leading me. What are the miners doing here, though? Seems kind of randomly placed. The knight as well, right? This is a knight of the academy, technically, I think. What the fuck is he actually doing here? He's just randomly patrolling this sort of place for some reason. Weird. Ooh, I see another small earth tree. Or whatever that tree is. Okay, why is it... What? Wasn't I in Liurnia the whole time? I almost feel like I might maybe have missed a cave, but... same time, I don't really think that I have. Okay, so this will just give me another seed, right? And I expect I still need 3 of them. Honestly, I'm still not the biggest fan of these, like, bigger enemies, like the flowers. Oh, hello. I mean, I get that they are meant to be just sort of an environmental obstacle, not necessarily something that you're supposed to really fight. Yet at the same time, I don't really know how to describe it, but yeah, I kind of wish that they would have maybe make them just in an actual environmental thing, not an enemy, right? So don't make them unkillable, just being some sort of environmental thing, and also don't start the, like, music or something. I'm not really sure. Okay, this looks interesting though. What is this place? Some sort of small campsite, a small house as well. Smithing Stone 5, okay. So now we're close to those giant waterfalls. What is this place? Oh, for fuck's sake. Are you... See, this is what I mean. This is just annoying. That even though I'm not really close to them, it's still counted as me being in combat. Ravine Veiled Village. Well, that doesn't tell me much about this place, but okay. I'm wondering who might have built it. Do I want to take the ladder, or do I want to check? Let's check on the rest of this place first. I just want to see whether or not there is an actual cave here, because I have a feeling that the ladder is going to lead us to wherever we might be able to go. Can you... Thank you. Can I do this? No. Okay, sadly that doesn't work. Well, I can also just kill them with a spell. I like the soundscape of the waterfall, though. It's very loud, obviously, but it would be in real life as well. Let's just take a look at that real quick. Which one was it? Barbaric, this one, right? Barbaric Roar. Let loose a bestial roar to rally the spirit and increase attack power. While active, strong attacks change to savage combo attacks. Okay. I think that was just a light shaft from the sun. Kind of looked weird, but alright. It's also interesting that blood roses are growing here. Suggesting that there have been, you know, people killed here, specifically. Okay, yeah, just as I thought, the only way to go, interestingly enough, is actually up. I did expect there to be, like, a cave here, but apparently that's not the case. Okay, let's rest to reset the enemies. Very, very interesting. So this was, this place was talked about as some sort of alternative method of, you know, sort of circumventing the elevator, I think. I almost expected this entire ravine to hold more secrets. Seemingly it doesn't. Let's see where this goes, though. This is interesting. So, I wonder, is this... Maybe, was there sort of construction going on here? Were they reimbursing these... I mean, ruins or whatever, or is this some sort of site where they were doing research? Honestly, hard to tell. And why the fuck is there a squid or one of these squid things here? I do hear mining sounds. Yeah, okay, so there is a mine here after all. Ooh, an interesting looking one at that as well. A green mine. So this is clearly not just a mine shaft. This is... There's something else going on here, right? Not only have we not seen this green crystal before, but this looks more like they're almost uncovering old ruins or something, right? Huh. Oh. One of the explodey ones. Okay. Well, yeah, I am wondering, either this is just a quote-unquote normal mine, like the other ones, or maybe this will actually lead to somewhere. I'm honestly not entirely sure whether or not I want to be here, to be completely honest. But, oh, also these little ones. Haven't seen them in a while. That's interesting. And I've never seen them in a mine either. Bye-bye. The fuck did I just run? What? Oh, okay, there are poison traps on the ground. Oh, that's interesting. I was, for a second there, I thought that maybe me sort of rolling through those barrels did anything, but no, there are, I see them. These things. They look like, sort of small grenades or something. Wow, there's actually quite a lot of them here. The heck is the deal here? Ooh. Should have expected you to be here. Volga Militia. Well, I mean, we've seen them in a couple of places before, and we've also... I think we've already looked at this at some point, right? Lean, mean, filthy militiamen, freshly singed battlegrounds, fusing with the stench of the dead, forbidden lands that will be excised from memory of history. It's where the Volga militia serve. Doesn't really tell us much about this place, though, right? Seems somewhat random that they would be here, but... you know, I don't know. Okay, there's definitely... there are things here that you can drop down to. And this is a very, very high fucking elevator. Well, this is going to be annoying. So I think... is it just that one item, or is there more going on? Not that sure. I think it's just this one item, right? Another smithing stone 5. Doesn't look like there is anything else to find. I mean, clearly these ruins here must be connected to, well, the other giant not statues, other giant structures that you see here on the outside as well. I mean, we're very, very close to the elevator that we've heard a lot about, right? The elevator that supposedly leads to the Atlas Plateau or something. And I mean, we've seen that from the outside, right? There is a very high sort of mountain range or mountaintop or something that we want to get to potentially. We don't really have any kind of information, though, as to what these ruins are necessarily about, or who built them, or... they might belong to the capital city, potentially. It's also interesting, yet another advantage of using a stronger weapon, I feel like, is that... wait. Yeah, another advantage is that I think the scythe is actually hitting through them, right? Whereas with my small little sword, I wasn't really... I was bouncing off of them. So yeah, I honestly dislike that quite a bit. I mean, I was sort of, you know, internally thinking to myself when I found sort of the first greatsword that maybe I wanted to switch to that kind of weapon. I felt like a small sword fit my character better, but yeah, as I said, it's unfortunately... I think that... I don't know. I just wish that the smaller weapons... I don't know. I feel like the smaller weapons need more... and or other advantages over the bigger ones. Maybe that's... Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? Maybe that's just because I don't necessarily really know that much about... Like, maybe I just need to play differently with smaller weapons. Might be the case, right? Maybe I'm just honestly... Maybe I just did it wrong, in a way. But, yeah, I honestly think that... It's a bit, you know, it's a bit iffy, the whole thing. Oh, wait. That looked like it hit me, yet I didn't really get damaged by it. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, it's an explodey one. Let's craft a couple more fire pots, to be honest. How many butterflies do I still have? 8. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Oh, hi. It's also funny that they're sort of announcing themselves by laughing. One other thing as well. When enemies... I mean, I noticed that very early on during the playthrough, right? But when enemies have these golden eyes, they drop a lot more runes. And I'm sort of wondering if there's a way to force that, or if there's a way to specifically grind those types of enemies, because I think it's somewhat random whether or not the game gives an enemy those eyes that give you more runes when you kill them. I wonder if there's like a pattern to it, or some way that can be exploited to grind runes very quickly. Oh, this is kind of cute. The plant. Somebody must have cared. Hey, another rune arc. Where the fuck is that scarab? Has to be in the next room, right? Oh, there it is. Okay. Ooh. Should have known. Holy fuck, I get a lot of Somber Smithing Stones 4 here. Ruin-strewn precipice. Wow. Holy fuck. Hey, so we're outside again now. Oh, that's awesome. So now we're somewhat on the same level as the giant lift. This looks absolutely awesome. That's very cool. And so this is clearly the way to get up to the plateau without having to take the lift. The only thing is, I'm really intrigued by this place. I really want to continue here, yet at the same time, I also kind of don't. I mean, this is clearly leading to the next big section of the game, right? And well, do I want to go to the next section of the game is sort of the big question, right? Or do I want to go back and do blaze things first and look at the Eternal City and those kinds of things. Essentially, do I want to follow the quests, or do I want to follow my instinct or my wish for interesting places? Well, I think I won't continue quite yet. Because I want to actually take a look at the lift first. I'm pretty sure that I can't access the lift yet, right? Because I'm clearly missing half of the medallion. Let me go back to the church and just look at the Bellum Highway first, right? Let's check out what's there, and whether or not I'm missing anything here. And after that, I will do other stuff, probably. I really... When you find those kinds of places, right, you're just really, really intrigued, and you want to continue, yet at the same time, I want to make sure that I'm not... Well, first of all, that I'm not really missing anything, or any item or whatever. But second of all, I also want to make sure that... What the? I've never seen them actually surround you that way. Oh, that's a normal knight. I was sort of confused for a second there because there was also one of these... What are they called? The Knight Cavalry? They were also here. Oh, hello. What the fuck? Oh! Whoa, for fuck's sake! That was not what I was expecting, to be quite honest. Can you... Oh, fuck. Yeah, I was not expecting to be greeted by that many enemies. Can you... Why am I not attacking? Oh, it changed... For some reason, it changed my weapon again. Can you please stop with the bullshit? Okay, this is... I knew it. For fuck's sake, what was that? Okay, so the game... That is so weird. It's been a while since that happened to me. Oh, that's annoying. Well, let me... That was... yeah. Well, I definitely, what's the word? Underestimated that situation. That being said, though, I didn't realize that is definitely somewhat of an issue with the D-pad on the PS5 controller. That never happened on the PlayStation 4. And what I'm talking about is that if you hit the down D-pad button in like a very unlucky way, you can accidentally trigger the right D-pad. Obviously now it's not happening. I don't really know how it happens. See? Yeah. I didn't hit the right D-pad button. If you hit the down D-pad button sort of too far up, it can also trigger the right D-pad button. And I think, at least I'm not aware that ever was a problem for me on the PS4. And I don't know why it happens. Maybe it's because I think... No. Yeah, I don't really know why that happens. I think it's just that it must be the underlying sort of, what's it called? The way sort of the D-pad is designed underneath. I think it's sort of, it's honestly, the D-pad on the PS5 controller actually feels a bit more sturdy in its design, which should be a good thing. But the problem is that because of that, yeah, I don't know, it seems to be easier to trigger the wrong D-pad when you hit it in the middle a bit too much. Honestly, that might actually be a good thing for fighting games. In this particular case, it's a bad thing. I don't... yeah, it is a problem. It's definitely a problem. Because that has happened multiple times to me now. It's been a while since it last happened, but it's been a consistent issue, unfortunately. Okay, well, I guess let's actually take this place seriously this time. And that was kind of bullshit how I died, though. The fact that they could stunlock me so much, but whatever. A spare blue scorpion talisman. Well, I'm not on PC, unfortunately. I'm on PS5. Wait, can you trade talismans online? I didn't know that. Let's just... Probably want to get rid of that sorcerer guy first. Yeah, I can... With this kind of weapon, I can just stunlock him. That's a bit... boring, but okay. Wait, why did he disappear? The fuck? There are still enemies here. That's awkward. Okay, let's get rid of the guy with the trumpet, though. Horn. Why did that not hit? No. I definitely don't want to fight the horse knights again. Let's just get the runes and go somewhere else. Yeah, that really was an unfortunate encounter the first time, wasn't it? I completely underestimated their ability to stunlock me that much, to be honest. I just wasn't able to get out of that. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, I forgot about that. I actually saw those catapults when I went up this way to the frenzied tower. Well, they don't seem to be too hard to avoid, though. Especially while I'm on horseback. Hi. Okay. What is the sound that I'm hearing? It sounded as if one of those weird flame heads was fairly close to me. It's also very interesting that they're defending the lift this much. Because you would think that, I mean, do they still have a reason to do that? Okay, I think you can approach this whole thing from the back, can't you? Yeah, if I go up here, I can go down here. I think that's probably the better way to do this, because I feel like while, you know, it's not that likely to get hit by the trebuchets, there might be some annoying hits here and there, so I want to avoid that. Okay, could I jump down here, or do I want to go further up? Probably want to jump down here, quite honestly. Yeah. Let's do this. I also wonder if I kill these guys, will they not activate the weapons anymore? What the fuck's going on with you? Oh fuck. Just want to make sure that nobody else is attacking me. Why? Oh, it... Huh? Wait, what? I just two-handed my... How? Well, now I'm confused. It just changed my weapon to the crossbow again, yet I didn't actually press the D-pad at all. Or maybe I did? No, I didn't. That was weird. Why did I suddenly have the crossbow equipped? Or did I... No, I wasn't on horseback. Oh, no, never mind. I did... Yeah, okay. I used my FP flask, right? And then I hit the D-pad. Oh, that is such an annoying problem. Hopefully that's actually not going to be a problem in other games. Well, so far, in Final Fantasy XIV, you're also using the D-pad quite a bit, and it's never been a problem there as of now, so... it's so funny how absolutely incredible the Spirit Summon just jumps in every time, right? Just no fucks given. Full ham every time. Oh, there is a chest here. Let's take a look at that. A great maze? Not that interesting. Unfortunately. Okay, let's... Weapon. Oh, it's a great... Yeah, great maze. It's a great hammer. Huge bludgeon with sharp protrusions, an enlarged version of its smaller cousin. Oh, sorry. Maintains all the advantages of smaller bludgeons, boasting few deficiencies while being very capable at breaking enemy guards and stances. A shrewd choice for simple slugging matches. And it has the skill Endure. Assume an anchored stance to brace for incoming attacks, briefly boosting poise. Damage taken while using the skill is reduced. Not really that much of an interesting weapon, to be honest. I wish you could deactivate these things permanently. That would be quite cool, actually. Oh well. No big deal. I think I killed everybody here. No hidden item either. Should be fine. Okay. The lift looks pretty cool from here, right? Those giant statues, they look pretty incredible. Well, the head's gonna be annoying, but let's just cross the road and do the other side first. Oh yeah, let's get rid of you. I probably should have actually two-handed my weapon. Why was there a sound effect starting? For some magic effect. Huh. Oh, you didn't care, huh? Where's the scarab? Oh, it's... Ah, well, it's just a red one anyways. Where's that going anyways? The small portion here. Does it actually lead anywhere? I don't think it does necessarily. Okay, let's deal with the guys in the middle now. Cuckoo Glintstone. Well, they are from the Academy still, right? They are Academy Knights. Ooh. Which makes this... interesting as well. Like, why are the Academy Knights specifically guarding this? He just... instantly, right? Oh, I didn't actually think those things would hit me. Where's my... Oh. That's so funny. The way it moves. The fact that it can drift, basically, or not drift, do a burnout. It's honestly pretty cool. Okay, so there's definitely a bonus to hitting it from the back. You are dealing more damage from that side, which makes sense, considering that the person is sitting at the back. I just kind of wish that... Well, it's certainly still weird to me that it's treated as one entity, right? Instead of it being a mechanical thing that is also just operated by a person. It's just interesting since the trebuchets, for example, they're just mechanical things that are activated by an operator, right? But these fireheads, on the other hand, they are, well, they work differently, apparently, for some awkward reason. Smithing Stone 1. Why can these guys drop a Smithing Stone 1? Weird. Okay, so that's everybody. That's everybody dealt with. So now I should theoretically be able to just traverse this without being attacked. What do you have? Okay. More and more rune arcs just sort of randomly strewn about. That's very interesting. They're giving you kind of just enough rune arcs to have them constantly active, right? At least it kind of feels like that. Okay. Let's see what's written on these stone swords here. The First Leonian War, Radagon's glory burns red as his hair. Okay, so Radagon has red hair, I guess is what I'm taking from this. I feel like the information on these stone swords is getting less and less interesting, to be honest. Oh wait, we already knew that though, right? That he has red hair. Ah, whatever. The First Leonian War. We also already heard about that as well. I am still somewhat intrigued by who potentially built these stone sword monuments. I don't even really know what to call them anymore. Because they feel random, yet somehow connected at the same time. They're all over the place, right? And they seem to commemorate specific events every time. But they always look the exact same, which is... you know, logically speaking, that would mean that sort of the same group of people built them. I don't really know. It's just a bit strange, I feel like. Okay. No cave or anything here, right? Don't want to miss anything. I don't think so. Well, there is an item here. Can you please... God, the horse. Another rune arc? Seriously, okay. Did I check out this ruin before? I don't think so. I did drop down here, but... Okay. This literally just seems to be enemies, and this is where we started. Okay, so... everything done here, I guess. Well, let's take a look at that lift. Although, well, I mean, I've been up there already. I don't necessarily think there would be a cave or something here. That's not typically where they place caves, I feel like. 1 second. Alright, just had to sneeze. Oh, fucking hell. Sometimes they always, you know, they always come as a surprise. Okay, yeah, I've already been up there, right? The Frenzied Tower. Let's just take a look whether or not there is anything to the right here. I have a feeling there might be another, like, hidden item or something. Maybe. There's a bunch of sheep. At least. Just sunflowers. No. Doesn't look like there's anything here, actually. You can see all the way to Caled, though. That's pretty cool. That's where the beast clergyman resides. Okay. Let's take a look at the other side, and then we'll take a look at the elevator. Well, I honestly expect not much to be here. I mean, you never know, right? Could actually be a boss fight or something. But I think that there's just going to be a giant lift, and it just won't operate, because we don't have the other side of the medallion yet. At least that's what I suspect will happen. I do kind of wish there would be a side of grace there, though. I mean, maybe there will be. Just so that you don't have to go through this entire highway again, I guess. Let's take a look to the left here. I do hear a scarab, though. Ah. Oh, for fuck. Honestly, you know, FromSoft has always been really, really good about sort of animation cancel, or not animation canceling, but letting you actually, you know, control your character very directly, right? I mean, obviously, the FromSoft games have always been about committing to what you're doing as well, although not in the way that Monster Hunter forces you to commit to animations and stuff. But the fact that they have an animation for your horse turning around that can't be interrupted by anything, and you literally can't do anything while it's doing that specific animation, is mind-blowing to me. That they would design such a bad animation, right? Okay. What the? Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, wasn't there a third one? Maybe not. What did I get? Some Ash of War, right? Well, here you are. Ah, shit. Why do flying enemies always have to fly backwards? That's like bosses jump. I didn't press roll twice, but okay. That's like bosses jumping back, right? It's one of the worst designs ever. Enemies that disengage frequently from you. Just annoying. I wonder. First of all, there's a missing texture there. Interesting. Well, this platform I think you could jump on with your horse, and you might even be able to jump over there, but I don't think that you can continue from there. I was just wondering whether or not this would be a way to skip those mines that I was in earlier. Not that you'd really want to do that, because they were pretty... well, they had a lot of stuff. A lot of loot in them, right? But, okay. Well, I mean, most of these statues we've pretty much already seen, right? what's interesting to me is the giant horses are certainly new. They also have, so the running theme of roots growing around statues is, right, well, they're part of the statue, right? The statues have been built with those roots on them. Clearly an indication of the Earth Tree being very central to the people of the capital, right? Or to the people of Lanedale. So originally, at some point, this place was a way to connect the academy with the capital, and would have probably been frequented quite a lot, I'd assume. It's very ostentatious, though, isn't it? For a place that literally just seems to be an elevator, more or less, to have such an... I mean, it's not necessarily even the design, it's more the size of this building is kind of insane, because it doesn't really look like it was used as some sort of building at all, right? I mean, it's literally just there to look cool, essentially. Dragon wound grease. Okay. There is a site of grace here. Okay, so that's good. That's what I came here for. I didn't really see any sort of item lying somewhere around. So... I don't necessarily think that I missed anything here. Let's check anyways. Just want to take a look at these ruins. I mean... the place is pretty impressive, right? But, one thing that does somewhat confuse me is the fact that they do look very similar to the ruins that fell from the sky, right? This is an insane place in terms of its size. And yeah, as I said before, everything here, because you would think, like, let's say something similar would have existed in reality, right? You would think that maybe these side buildings where the statues are built on top of, that they might have been used for trade hubs, or as trade hubs, for example, right? I mean, considering the location of this place and the significance of this place as well, being a connection between the capital and the academy, presumably, you know, you'd think that a lot of people would have come through here. And maybe this would have been some sort of trade hub or storage facilities for different things that would have frequently been brought up and down the lift, right? I mean, if this is, in fact, like a giant lift or a giant elevator, you would assume that the operation of it would require quite a few people, and also the frequency with which it would have moved might have not been that. I mean, I'm thinking of sort of a river crossing or something, right? With a boat that might have crossed the river like every 10 minutes. If the lift operated in the exact same way, maybe there would have been some sort of logistical parts to this, right? Where maybe like smaller offices, right? People looking at the wares that go in and out of the capital, things like that. But that's not what this place looks like. This place literally just looks like, well, statues. Essentially just something to look at, something to look impressive, right? Which it is impressive, don't get me wrong, it's just interesting, I guess, that that's the case. These, on the other hand, are real roots. Presumably from the Earth Tree. So this is good. Now I can come back here. The Grand Lift of Dectus, yeah. The Guidance of Grace is pointing me towards the capital, I presume, which is interesting that it does that from the very beginning here, right? Still not a fan of that Guidance of Grace. Seems so unnecessary. Completely opposing the rest of the game's design. But, okay, it's just a small thing. Even more statues here. What are you on about? And why are you facing the roots? It's there somewhere, another path leading back to the foot of the Yew Tree, an ancient tunnel. Okay, yeah, I've already been there. See, I'm not a fan of this. Like, why? The tunnel, it's very, very obvious. Just look at the map, right? It's so obvious that there has to be something at the end of this, right? And that there has to be... And we've heard multiple accounts of people telling us about, like, a different way into the capital as well, if you can't operate the Grand Lift. Why then place another of these spirits here? At least give it some additional information, maybe, right? Informing you of maybe who built that additional tunnel, or why this lift is inactive without the medallion, or why the medallion was lost or split in two, or whatever, right? Just give me something else instead of something that I already just know. I don't know. I'm really, really not a fan of these spirits. They just seem as unnecessary as the Guidance of Grace as well. Okay. Grand Lift of Dectus. It's also interesting that this place seems to be completely deserted. I mean, some of the soldiers on the outside clearly cared about defending this place for some reason. But now that we're in here, yeah, nobody here. Completely deserted. Though the fires are still burning, interestingly enough. Wow. Holy shit, those are giant statues. So the lift is just not here? I kind of expected there to be some sort of place to insert the halves of the medallion into, but I don't know. The lift is just not here. Ooh. Halfway expected to fall down there, but... Nothing on the side either. Yeah, it's just... You literally can't really do anything here. Well, I mean, I expected that, because everybody not only told me so, but I'm also missing one part of the medallion, but... Yeah. Huh. I kind of expected the lift to be here, though. Or maybe this is the lift? This giant... doorway? No, I don't think it is. I think the lift probably will come down here somewhere. I'm just wondering what happens if I would be in possession of the second half of the medallion. Would the lift just appear for me? How does it work exactly? Wait. Key items. The medallions are here, right? Dectus medallion and Halictree secret medallion. So we still don't know anything about the Halictree, really. So there has to be another Grand Lift somewhere. Interesting. Yeah, and this Dectus medallion... Wait, who gave us this one? I think... Wait, it literally tells us where the other half is. I completely forgot about that. Brandishing the medallion with both halves conjoined will activate the Grand Lift of Dectus, connecting the Atlas Plateau to Liurnia. Okay. The right half is said to reside in Fort Faris in the Dragon Barrow far to the east. So that would be in Caelid, I presume? I mean, the east could be a lot of different places. Doesn't necessarily have to be Caelid. Would be interesting, though, if it was, because... well, Caelid almost seemed to be... In terms of enemy strength, Caelid seemed to be almost like an endgame area. Who gave us this half, though? Fuck, I don't really remember which medallion came from which point. Brandishing the medallion with both halves conjoined will activate the Grand Lift of Rolls, granting access to a hidden path. Yeah, no idea where that's supposed to be. In other words, the secret medallion will guide the bearer to the land of Micalla's Halictree. Okay. We don't really know what that means, though, at this point in time. This also doesn't tell us where the second one is. Small flask received from Preceptor Solubis containing a cloudy tonic of bluish black. Find Nefeli and ensure she drinks it. Okay. Well, I mean... aren't we in a cave? I mean, I guess there's like an opening at the top, probably. I was just confused why it's raining. I think that's actually not necessarily supposed to happen here, but... Yeah, well, technically it's open up above, right? But, yeah, it wouldn't be able to rain here. That's a bug. That's a bit unfortunate. Ah! I was wondering about that. We can actually talk to Melina about this. Hello.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika.
Ooh,
Here as
do
well.
they?
Shall I share them with you?
Please do. See, this should actually happen at almost every site of grace that you find. Let's see, echoes. Let me write that down. Echoes of Marika at Grand Lift of Dectus.
Of course.
Wait, what the fuck?
There is no need. Tell me if you should change
Okay.
your mind.
I wanted to pick up my controller and actually hit circle.
In Marika's own words, the Erd Tree governs all.
Okay.
The choice is thine. Become one with the Order, or divest thyself of it, to wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart.
Okay. Wallow at the fringes. Powerless upstart. If you deny the order, well, that didn't really tell us much, but okay. Huh. Cool. Once again, more questions than answers, but alright. Okay, we can't really do anything here. So, we could obviously take the rune strewn precipice and potentially go towards the Atlas Plateau that way. I don't really want to do that quite yet, obviously. Question being, what am I doing? I'm honestly really confused why we're still not able to enter the Carrion Study Hall. What item am I missing there? Let's actually just quickly look back. I mean, maybe I picked something up that I wasn't aware of that would activate this thing. I don't think so, but... Something fits on the pedestal. Because I was really expecting, sort of once we talked to Rani, right? I was expecting to maybe get the item that this points towards. Not really sure what I was expecting. Also, I'm still like Lightseeker Hayeta. There still seems to be one of the Shabriri graves somewhere. And I have no idea where that could be. Because it feels like that Shabriri grave should be here somewhere, right? Also, we're still not able to get up here. Yet another thing that seems somewhat weird. I feel like we should have already been able to get to that place, but... Let's maybe just check a couple of places. First of all, I want to go back to Renala. Let's see if she comments on us talking to her daughter. Oh, that's so weird that you appear behind her.
Art thou now assured of thy want? Be not, I would birth thee.
Okay. So she doesn't really give us anything. This is still locked as well. One thing that I did, though, is here in the Church of Irith, there was a scholar that wanted to return to the Academy. I'm wondering where he went. Let's look for him. I don't really want to traverse the entire Academy again. Obviously, I don't really know where he could potentially be. I don't necessarily think he would be here. Oh, right, I activated the shortcut here. Completely forgot about that. The weird part here is, right, with the Academy, that I don't necessarily remember a place where somebody could go to. Oh, hi, oops. Completely forgot about you two as well. Right? My issue is sort of that I don't really remember a place where a person, or in this case, I guess that NPC would go to, right? I mean, there wasn't necessarily like an empty study hall or something here. I mean, he could literally be at the entrance. He didn't really talk about that, did he? Wait, was the Earth Tree always that see-through? That's strange. I didn't really notice that before. I mean, it never really appeared quite as solid as a tree would necessarily, but that it is completely see-through, I think that's actually new to me. I don't think I saw it quite that way before. I mean, there's a couple of places the NPC could be at, right? But I'm really not sure. I mean, this seems unlikely. I also don't necessarily think that he would be all the way down at that small shrine. But this just leads... well, not really anywhere in particular, right? The problem is that I think he didn't really tell me anything about where he wanted to go. And... I don't know, there isn't really a place here where... because you would assume that maybe they would move an NPC like that sort of somewhat close to a site of grace. The thing is, I don't think that they would design it in a way where you would have to essentially fight your way through pieces of the academy that you've already gone through just to talk to an NPC again. But I mean, there has to be some sort of connection, right? Maybe this particular questline just doesn't continue quite yet? Let's go to the entrance. Maybe he's standing in front of the entrance or something. Not here either. Yeah, that's actually fairly strange, right? So we're kind of missing that NPC. No idea where he could have gone. So that's a bit strange. And then somehow I'm also still missing one Shabriri grape. Because the sort of weird thing is that I found the item that you're supposed to give Hayeta, I guess, at the end of her questline. So I found this one frenzied eye when I defeated an NPC invader up here at the Church of Inhibition. And the eye, that eye specifically tells you that it's very similar to Shabriri grape, and you're supposed to give it to Hayeta. The item specifically talks about that. Yet I wasn't really able to give it to her, so I think I need another Shabriri grape. I just have absolutely no clue, since I've pretty much been everywhere. I don't really know where there would be another one of those Shabriri grapes. I mean, the only thing that I think I'm still missing is the dragon, obviously the Divine Tower, no idea how to access that. It's just very weird to me that I'm still missing that item. Though technically, maybe fulfilling Rani's requests gives you the item, right? So I'm kind of inclined to continue with the quest lines that Rani gave us, right? And yeah, so those are kind of the things that I'm currently missing. Okay, so let's go back to the round table for a second, because I want to see whether or not Rogier and Dee potentially have new dialogue now that I talked to Rani as well. Let's talk to Rogier first, because he was the one who suggested that I enter her services, right?
Always good to see you safe. So, what do you need?
Talk.
Maybe I should tell you. Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice of falling into a deep, fathomless slumber. And I have an inkling it could spell trouble for you somehow. So I just wanted to get the apology out of the way beforehand, since you're so scary and all.
Am I? Okay, so that bodes not well. Well, I mean, ever since he started sprouting those thorn roots, I had a feeling that he was going to die. Maybe there's going to be a way to save him. I don't really know. I wonder, well, since Dee was the person that was seemingly opposing his actions the most, I wonder if when Rogier dies, Dee might be blaming us for that, right? So I'm halfway expecting Dee to invade us, maybe here at the round table as well, if Rogier dies, and I expect him to die probably when I finished Rani's request, right? Okay. Well, at least I've already gotten both of their stuff. Sadly, I can't really talk to him, so can't really get, I guess, a hint on whether or not he would.
Journey to the capital, Lendell. To the Two Fingers will deny. You may be our best hope.
It's also weird that he talks about the fingers guiding me there, yet the fingers haven't really told me anything about the medallions, right? About the secret medallions. Yeah, I already have. Okay. This one's new, I think. Nepheli's Despair.
You've already heard. Indeed. It seemed the whelp harbored suspicions, so I had no further use for her. Honestly, what's a man to do? A determined plebeian is more wicked than an omen horn, quite frankly. I suspect that's just what the Queen wants. A dose of ambition to incite the tarnished.
Wait, am I missing something here? Am I supposed... Wait, I completely... I think I missed something really obvious. Nepheli, isn't that the warrior woman? I completely forgot that that was her name. Fuck. It is, isn't it? Shit, when did I last meet her? Why the fuck did I write that down? Are you kidding me? So that would be his daughter, right? Yeah. Nepheli is his daughter. Why the fuck did I forget about that? I'm an idiot. I completely forgot that that was his daughter. Okay, so for some reason, Suluvis wants us to give the potion to Nepheli. And I have a feeling that potion is going to kill her. Yet now Gideon talks about, even though it's his daughter, right? He talks about, well, at least to me, the thing that he just said seemed like he might think that that's what the Erdtree or Marika or the Golden Order, the Fingers, whatever, want, right? Yeah, I don't really know. I'm gonna show him the potion.
Is that potion what I think it is? Bloody
Probably.
silence. I suppose he's up to something again. Oh, I won't interfere. You go ahead and do what you must. The Round Table has no code to speak of. But I ask you this. Are you really going to do the bidding of that twisted dolly botherer? Or would you rather hand that potion to me and see if we can't get one over on the bastard?
Ooh, it gets interesting. Okay, so first of all, Gideon kind of confirmed what I was already thinking about, which is that, I mean, he called Suluvis a dolly, dolly botherer? Yeah. And I kind of suspected that he is, right? With the dolls that he has, yeah, I was kind of suspecting that he might do weird things with those dolls, as well as experiment on them, most likely. Okay, so this is actually a rather conflicting choice for a couple of reasons. And so first of all, Nepheli so far has only helped me, right? I've summoned her twice. She helped me defeat Godric, and she helped me to defeat that weird beast in the Albinoric village. That's also the last time I saw her, I think. So technically I'm not only in her debt, but I just like her, right? I mean, she hasn't really done anything to make me suspicious of her. Instead, she's actually helped me quite a lot. Gideon as well hasn't really done anything to... I mean, he wasn't really that open to me at the beginning of the game, obviously, right? I mean, he, for the longest time, until you defeat Godric, he just doesn't really talk to you at all. But once you do, he pretty much just gives you all the kind of information and instructions that you would want, right? I mean, obviously he is trying to guide you, I guess, towards the Erdtree and towards Marika, and wants to make sure that, I guess, the Golden Order continues or gets reestablished or whatever. We don't really know what that means quite yet. We have heard, you know, some people say that the Two Fingers and the Order and the Greater Will or whatever, that they aren't necessarily good, right? I mean, they're not really bad either, but it's sort of your typical setup of, or it seems like your typical setup of, well, this Golden Order exists. It's somewhat of a good thing, right? Because it brings, as the name suggests, it brings order to the world. Yet at the same time, it also, by doing that, inherently creates I guess an order of different people, right? It makes, or it creates divide between the people. It orders them literally into different categories, I guess. That's sort of what's been hinted at so far, right? they would bring order to the world, yet at the same time, with that order also comes rules and things you have to adhere to, and possibly things that, you know, aren't necessarily the best way to handle things, or maybe what's the word? Discriminates against certain, I don't know, races or people or whatever, right? Even though we don't really know that much about it specifically, we don't really have that much information about what the Golden Order was, or what kind of specific rules it had, or all those kinds of things. We only heard rumors about it, more or less, right? We can't really build our own sort of picture of it quite yet. That being said, it also didn't necessarily sound bad, right? It's not necessarily good, but also not bad. Essentially, definitely kind of what the people make it at the end, right? And how they treat the Order and everything. So for the longest time, I was kind of inclined on following those kinds of instructions. And yeah, Gideon in this particular case has certainly been helpful. So I don't really have any kind of reason to distrust him or to make him hostile towards me, I guess. While at the same time, Suluvis has been very, very, you know, somewhat hostile against us. I don't really like him. Now, obviously, they could sort of subvert our expectations here, right? The game being a FromSoft game and everything, you know, people might not be what they seem on the surface, obviously, right? Yet again, it's not only been words. Nepheli especially has helped us through her actions as well. So if I'm not really trusting of Gideon, at least I trust Nepheli, I think. Now, the issue here, obviously, is that Suluvis is part of Ranni's crew, right? So screwing him over, I feel like might not go over too well with Ranni. Although I'm not that sure about it. But it does make this a very interesting decision, doesn't it? Although the potion that he's given us does indicate it being a poison that would kill Nepheli, I suspect. Well, the problem is that we don't really know. Well, first of all, why does Suluvis even know Nepheli? What does Suluvis have to do with Gideon or the Round Table or anything else to that degree? Okay, let's hand over the potion, though. I want to know what happens.
Good. I'll dispose of the potion myself. You go and see Suluvis, but don't give anything away. Just tell him that you tricked your mark into drinking the potion, as planned. Despite knowing next to bloody nothing, he's so far up his own arse he won't suspect a thing.
You think?
His inevitable display of arrogance will certainly be a sight to behold.
I'm not so sure about that, to be honest. I have a feeling that he would know if we've actually administered the potion or not. The problem is I don't know where Nepheli is at this point. Because she wasn't where we last met her, right? Whew.
The Academy of Rea Lucaria, Renala is...
Yeah, okay. Already heard that. Yeah, that's the biggest problem here, right? Because if this potion was supposed to kill Nepheli, her running around the world somewhere that we don't really know about, I mean, that would harbor suspicions, right? So... that might actually be a problem. Funnily enough, this one NPC that was standing here, I haven't heard back from him, like, at all. No idea what's up with him. I haven't really used... I should... Can I just use the Baldachin's Blessing in here? Oh fuck, I'm in... that's not where I wanted to go. Yeah, I can. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I probably could have talked to Fia either way, right? Let's see. I want to talk to her again because... Because she is pretty close to Dee and Rogier, right? And she was, last time we talked to her, she actually somewhat...
Very warm.
She was somewhat grateful that we helped Rogier, right?
My dear.
Okay, she doesn't say anything else. Because I was wondering if maybe she would comment on Rogier telling us that he's probably going to die. Although, well, didn't she... I'm not too sure about the dialogue she said last time. Okay. I need 10,000 runes. I think I have that. So 27,530, okay.
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your arms.
Yeah. Also, oh, no. Never mind, I already upgraded this to 4. I forgot about that. Ooh, I have 13 smithing stones 4 now. Can also upgrade this. Okay, let's upgrade this to +9, and then upgrade the staff to 12. Ta-da. Probably want to sell... Well, it's not really worth that much. Let's just sell it. Why does this weigh so much more? I mean, maybe it's because of the leather that's attached to it or something. Let's see. Do I still have other stuff that I might want to sell? Oh yeah, I definitely want to sell this. I don't need it. I have so much stuff. Okay, well... Let's see, I can sell this, I can sell this. How much is that? 8,000 something. What do I need? 27,000 something, right? Ooh, that's actually going to be close. I probably shouldn't have upgraded my staff, I guess. Oh no, never mind. I can sell these as well. What was it? 27,000, right? Let's sell 15 of these. I can definitely sell a bunch of stuff here. I can sell 100 of these again. It's kind of insane to me how much I pick up without even realizing. Okay, this way we're already at 27,000. Let me double check. 530 is what we need to get to. Well, that should be obtainable. 530. Let's get rid of a couple of all the things that are above like 100. Okay, nice. Well, now the biggest question, obviously, do I level more endurance? I do still have a couple of rune arcs, so, and I have the option of unequipping my shield. So I probably actually want to go with what I had originally planned, which is leveling Vigor and Faith both to 28. Yeah. I think that makes more sense at this point. Okay, so we've talked to Gideon. We've given him the potion. I'm really not quite sure if I would be capable of deceiving Suluvis. I'm really unsure about that. Especially, I don't really care about Suluvis. I care about how that would reflect on Ranni. Because we've just entered her services, and I guess the first thing that we're doing is screwing one of her associates over, right? Screwing over one of her associates. So, yeah. That's a bit unfortunate. Funnily enough, we still haven't found a way. Wait, why does it say Sorcerer's Cellen? At both points. What? I was just saying that I still haven't found a way to free this woman here, apparently. But now for some reason it says Sorcerer's Cellen on the map as well. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh god, I hate this game sometimes. Why? Why does that kill me? Are you kidding me? That wasn't even a big drop. Well, that's a rune arc lost down the drain. Although, let me... Okay, so I'm still at heavy load without it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, that was unnecessary. I hate the fall damage. The fall damage in this game is so fucking unnecessary, honestly. Ugh, well, that was really dumb. It also just... Why? Wait. Why are they here? Why does that kill me? It's not that high up. Oh, God, I hate that. No. I'm still not able to do anything with her. Wait, why does it say Sorcerer's Cellen on the map, though? Or is she outside somewhere? What? No, seriously. Well, that was a weird sound. Yeah, no. I don't think Cellen is here. Why does it... That is weird, though. Why does it say something about Sorcerer's Cellen if she's not actually here? Why do they have the same name? Okay, let me go here, back here. It just... I have a feeling either the questline is buggy, but I don't think it is. I must have missed something.
There you are. Shall we commence?
But she doesn't tell me anything about that. Ah, well, whatever. That is rather strange, right? There's definitely a bunch of things that are seemingly sort of left open without you really knowing what you're supposed to do. I don't really get it. What's the deal here specifically? Wait. I thought I got rid of the... Oh, for fuck's sake. What the fuck? How did... So, I think, honestly, last time I was here... I have a feeling that last time I was here, these beasts were all dead. Weren't they? Or am I misremembering that? Is Kenneth still here? Yeah.
I must begin my search for a true and stalwart lord of the...
That is rather weird, isn't it? I must have missed something else here. I mean, so he is looking for a lord that could carry on his lineage. I wonder if maybe if I had done the quest line with Edgar properly, if he might have been a lord to take over that fort as well. Does that make sense? Not necessarily, right? I mean, he technically ruled over Castle Morn, so why would he then suddenly take over this fort? I have no idea where that other person in the round table hold went, right? The one that was looking for his sister, I think? But I've never found her, so... Not really sure what that would have been about either. That being said, I think I have looked at most things so far. I'm really wondering though, where would a Shabriri grape be? When did I last talk to this jar, by the way? That was after I did the academy, right? Because he was talking about me becoming the mayor of their village or something. But I wasn't really able to continue anything here either.
Oh, I'm happy. I have good tidings
Oh,
for you, Carson.
have you?
Have you noticed the rare flowers growing in this village? I asked the villagers if you could pick some of them, and they said you'd be very welcome.
Okay.
Go on, Kaz. You really should pick some of our flowers. Who knows? They might be of some use.
But I already did that. I mean, they have all kinds of different flowers here, right? Not that I really need them. But... I wonder what made this continue. Maybe because I talked to Ranny or something?
Go on, who knows?
Yeah, I already did. Well, something must have changed, but I guess not enough to really... Is the turtle here? Yeah, he is. I'm still also... I mean, there's still the weird question as to why there was an invader here at some point. Or like a hostile NPC, I guess. I wonder if there's a way to get that back. He doesn't really have anything new to say either. Okay.
Well, as war council, I take it well. After years by going underground, through the well in the mistwood of Limgrave, only lies, to be honest.
Okay. So he doesn't really have anything new to say. I was just wondering if maybe there was something new. I guess let's just go to Suluvis and see how he reacts to us faking the whole Nephili business. Somehow I have a feeling that he will see through that right away, but then again, maybe not. I just hope it doesn't necessarily screw with the questline of Blazed. Hi.
Ah, so you made Nephili drink the potion. Well done. You are a touch more useful than I had thought.
He really does believe that right away.
Then you shall have your gift. Knowledge of the sorcerous arts under the tutelage of the great preceptor Selavis. I doubt much of it will lay within the grasp of a mere tarnished, but if you put your mind to it, perhaps you won't embarrass our lady.
Okay, so that's all that...
Right this moment? Well, your impatience, though boorish, is understandable. Let's have at it.
Okay. Well, first of all, let's see what he has. Carrion Phalanx. Forms a defensive arch of numerous magic glendblades. 34 intelligence. 26 FP. Well, that's a lot of glendblades, though. How many? 9. Creates a defensive arch of numerous magic glendblades overhead, which automatically attack nearby foes. The sorcery can be cast while in motion. Enhanced version of the glendblade sorcery used by enchanted knights. Well, I don't have the intelligence for it, but... well, it's certainly interesting. What's the rest? Carrion Retaliation. Dispels enemy spells. That's like the... Didn't I get like a shield or something that can do the same thing? Swing your staff to dispel incoming sorceries and incantations, using their power to retaliate with glendblades. This was the Carrion royal family's secret means to prepare against the disloyalty of the Academy. The moon and stars would one day go their separate ways. I never heard them being addressed as the moon and stars in two separate things. Now that I think about it, it makes sense. So what? The Carians are the moon and the Academy the stars? I mean, this seems to be somewhat of a very cool spell, to be honest. I have my doubts how useful it really is, though. Glintstone Ice Crack. Sorcery said to have been used by the old Snow Witch. Who's that? The glintstone serves as a conduit, launching a mass of cold magic. The sorcery can be cast repeatedly. The snowy crone taught the young Rani to fear the dark moon as she imparted her cold sorcery. Wait? Who's the snowy crone? I want to write down the sentence. Seems to be somewhat interesting. The snowy crone taught the young Rani. To fear the dark moon. As she imparted her cold sorcery. Might be a hint towards something greater, might not be. Don't really know. Fires mass of cold magic from glintstone. 15 intelligence. That actually doesn't seem too bad. I wonder if that's fairly similar to what I'm currently using, just with frost buildup as well. Releases cold mist before the caster. 21 intelligence. The old Snow Witch. Yeah, no idea who the old Snow Witch is, to be honest. The snowy crone taught the okay, same information on it. About Nepheli.
You had Nepheli drink the potion? Truly? Then perhaps something was amiss with it. It's concocted from the finest ingredients, but perhaps I should review the recipe. I may have expected too much of her to begin with.
Wait. Huh? So, wait. He just readily believed that we administered the potion to Nepheli, but now suddenly he has his doubts whether or not we administered it at all? What?
You break into a man's private chambers, rooting about as you please.
Well, I didn't know it was yours.
No bounds. Fine and well. You tricked Nepheli and had her drink the potion. I believe that makes you my accomplice. You yearn for a puppet of your own, Well, normally one of your stature would never be allowed. But perhaps I can make a very special exception. Now, choose.
What? The fuck is that about? Puppet. Is that... What? Okay, so first of all, I'm just really confused. Does he believe us that we... I mean, it seems like he believed us that we administered the potion to Nepheli. Yet, talking about him with Nepheli seemed to have made him doubt whether or not the potion was actually successful? What? I feel like those two bits of dialogue weren't necessarily meant to be done at the same time. That... What the hell was that about? So he did believe us, right? Yet at the same time, he also had his doubts, and he's reviewing the recipe. Why? He can't have known that We didn't actually... I don't know. No idea what's up with that. And what is this about? So now we get a puppet from him? Summon Spirit of Finger Maiden Cerulina. One of Soluvis's puppets. Spirit of Finger Maiden, who never met the Tarnished she was meant to guide, uses healing incantations in holy water pots. But she is not a fighter by nature and is ill-suited to battle. So that's... she will heal you? A maiden without a Tarnished without a maiden, and yet no guide to bring them together. But aren't these spirit summons? I mean, it does say that it costs FP to use. Jar White Puppet. Spirit of a man who wished to become the innards of a living jar. A jar-hurling specialist who throws all manners of pots and jars. The warrior jar once told the nameless man this. You're not yet ready to join the warriors inside. No, you must apply yourself, better yourself, and one day I will return for you. Okay. Well, it doesn't really tell us that much. So, I mean, it was pretty clear that people can turn into these jars or are made into these jars. I don't really know. But apparently it's almost like a recognition of your skill or something like special. Because I thought that they were maybe experimented on or something, but... he wanted to become a jar by his own merit, apparently. And the warrior jar, so another jar told the man that, you know, he needs to get better before he can turn into a jar, apparently. Weird. Can I get both of them? No. Okay, so I need to choose. Well, that's fine.
Begging for another lesson. There remains.
Okay. Okay. So it is some sort of special summon. It's interesting because it has another background, right? I need to try that at some point. I'm still rather confused about... well, it seems like he believed us, that we administered the potion. Well, the weirdest thing about it is that I don't really know where Nephila is, right? I have no real way of talking to her again, so I don't really know what to make of this. I do want to take another look at his chambers, though. What the fuck are you even doing here? Why is there one dude that is here? Well, whatever. Let's just go down. I wonder if at some point you'll be able to, like, choose other puppets as well. So this is the jaw dude, apparently, right? And then... this must be the maiden? The finger maiden? So I feel like he killed them on purpose, right? At least it seems like it. Honestly, don't quite know what to make of that. Okay. Now, let me actually get back to the round table hold and talk to Gideon again. I want to know whether or not he has anything else to say about this. Let's also see, I think Rogier is still... Yeah. Ooh, he does look worse, though. Yeah, he is. Fuck. Okay. So he's seemingly meeting his end, then. You... Why don't you comment on that? What?
Well then.
Talk.
There's something I should mention to you as well. I'm thinking of leaving the Round Table Hold.
Why?
Do you know of the noble Gold Mask?
No.
Though he was but a tarnished, living outside the lands between, he was a great scholar who foresaw the coming guidance of grace. And now, I hear he has come to the lands between alone, to contemplate the Golden Order. I wish nothing more than to seek his instruction, and perhaps even help him in his research.
Well, I mean, I bought most things from him. Maybe these two would still be fairly interesting. What is going on? Why suddenly every NPC is doing something? What the fuck? For the longest time they just don't do anything. And then suddenly everyone is doing something. Well, wherever he goes, I think we can probably meet him again, right? Well, I mean, I don't think that they can move. Huh. I wonder when the Philly went, though.
Journey to the capital, Len.
Yeah, I know.
You may be out.
I can't talk to him about that? Okay. This is all rather strange, right? Suddenly he's doing something, and D isn't commenting on anything, but Rogier is also dying slowly, apparently. Can't really interact with the two fingers. She doesn't really talk. I don't necessarily think that I need to use the Baldachin's Blessing to talk to Fia, though, right? Oh, fuck. It's wrong direction. So I just want to make sure whether or not, like, is she talking about Rogier? I mean, she seemed to take a liking to him, right? So I would assume that she... You aren't talking about anything either. Right, she's down here. I completely forgot that.
Please, leave me be. It's pathetic, I know, but I need to think.
I heard from Gideon.
You know already, do you?
Do I?
It's true. My father cast me out for indulging my emotions, forgetting the mission, punishment for offing his pawns. Lord Gideon has offered me guidance all my life. I would have done anything for him, to place him on the throne of Elden Lord. And yet though it was not my intent, I betrayed him.
How? What? Huh?
And I can no longer trust in Father. To think he'd order his men to enact such tragedy. Where is the justice he purports in that? He once told me that if he became Elden Lord, he would never allow the downtrodden to be cheated ever again. Was he simply lying to me?
What? Huh? What has he even done? Okay, either I missed some sort of dialogue with her? What the fuck is she talking about? Is she talking about what happened in the village of the Albinorics? But that wasn't Gideon's work, was it?
No. How could I say that? Father has always given me his guidance. And now... I've lost it.
But I mean, Gideon still seemed to care about her, at least enough to not administer the potion. The Stormhawk King? What the fuck is going on? What does she have to do with the Stormhawk King? I mean, sure. That's not where I expected it to go, but what the fuck is going on? Fuck, I need to rewatch the last time I talked to her, I guess. Why is she... I kind of missed this whole business between her and her father. I mean, she was in the village of the Albinaurics, but I definitely didn't catch that was Gideon's deal. I mean, honestly, I'm not even really sure what happened in the village of the Albinaurics. The whole sort of site doesn't really tell you all that much. It's just, well, there's a bunch of dead people there, but the people that are dead in the village of the Albinaurics, funnily enough, don't even look like Albinaurics. The corpses there, they just look like normal people. And then her going there, did that betray her father? I don't really get that. And then, well, but her father still cares about her, right? I mean, we literally gave him the potion that was supposedly going to kill her from Suluvis, and it does seem like he, well, got rid of the potion, right? Well, let's give her the Stormhawk King and see what that does.
Ash. I can smell the ancient storm in it. My thanks. I'll gladly take it.
I don't idea what that does. So, Nephili received... Let's just write that down. There is suddenly so much going on, and why? Maybe I kind of neglected talking to these NPCs a couple more times, but then again, see that, I mean, I was talking about that earlier during the stream, right? Is that nothing really happens for the longest time, and now suddenly everything is happening at once, and I don't really get why.
Not like Roderica. I don't feel the presence of spirits, let alone see them. Still, this ash, it reminds me of my first hawk. Thank you. In this ash, I can smell the ancient storm. It reminds me of my first hawk.
Okay. Yeah, okay. She doesn't really tell us that much more. Oh boy. What does that mean? I mean, hopefully, if somebody, for whatever reason, tries to kill her, us giving her the Stormhawk King potentially prevents that from happening? Maybe? Hopefully? Also, she's talking about Roderica as well. The interesting part about this, for me personally, is how many sort of connections seem to be between these NPCs and between the quest lines, right? Considering that you meet them at all kinds of different places and could have easily missed a bunch of this stuff, right? I mean, the fact that I even have the Stormhawk King, the fact that Roderica is here, right? All these kinds of things are, well, don't necessarily happen this way every time, right?
I am pleased. Would you like the blessing is still... Would you like...
Yeah.
Now.
I want to see whether or not she says anything about Rogier. This whole Nephili business seems so random, right? I mean, we don't really know what her connection could have been to Suluvis. We have no idea what the connection between... Okay, so she doesn't really comment on that. I suspect she might comment on Rogier if he dies, potentially. I mean, yeah, we don't really know the connection between Selubis and Nephili at all. We don't really know what that might have to do with Gideon as well. I completely missed that whole part about Gideon sort of being, you know, doing that to his daughter. I mean, when did that happen and why? I definitely feel like I'm missing some connection here, but I'm not quite sure whether or not I'm missing that because I didn't really pay enough attention the last time I was talking to Nephili. Maybe I just straight up missed some dialogue because I didn't talk to them quite often enough, or I don't know. Let's rest at the round table real quick. Let's see if that changes anything. I don't know if it would though. Okay, he is still alive. You don't really comment on it.
Well then. May the golden...
Well, I suspect you probably have to teleport out of the round table hold and then teleport back in for changes to happen, huh? Okay. Well, I mean... I'm honestly somewhat confused as to what I'm supposed to do next. Well, I'm not really... There's definitely a bunch of stuff that I could do, but there's also a bunch of stuff that I feel like I'm just straight up... I might have missed, or somehow... Yeah, honestly, I don't really know anymore. Well, one thing that I can... So, just to give myself a rough idea of what I should do next, I think I'm actually going to try and fight this dragon over here. And kill it. I mean, obviously, I don't really have to do that, but I kind of want to. It doesn't really give me that much. I suppose it will probably drop a dragon heart that I could use at the Church of Dragon Communion to exchange for an incantation. I don't really need those, but I kind of want to do that. So that's a small thing that I can do. And then I think I'm going to go back to the Siofra River well, take a look at whether or not Blaze is there somewhere, and then I'm going to try and fight the magical moose again and kill it, because that will probably give me access to Nokron, right, to the upper portion of that. Okay, yeah. So those are like two big things that I can do with actual quote-unquote gameplay, I guess. And then, honestly, I just have to see whatever else happens to the NPCs. It's just that, as I said, right, it's very, very weird. Because I feel like multiple sort of quest threads are now going on at the same time. Yet, it feels like not only have I missed certain parts straight up, again, at least that's what it feels like, but I also think that well, the weird part is, like with for example, the sorcerer that we gave the key to the academy to, right? I mean, he has to be somewhere, right? He should be somewhere in the academy, but the problem is nothing points us in his direction. We don't really know where he might be. And the problem is, I don't know whether or not his quest line needs some sort of other trigger for him to appear again, right? That might be a thing. Or maybe he's already there somewhere, but again, I have absolutely no clue where that could be, right? And the academy is not small. I mean, it's not the biggest place. Technically, I could probably just go back through the academy, but that would be quite annoying, right? Because I've already been there. And to fight my way through the whole academy again, I mean, I could do it, but it would take probably about an hour at least, just for the vague chance that I meet the sorcerer again. And yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of places that he could be. He could also be, on the highest tower, for example. I don't know what he would do there, but he could technically be there, right? So that's just sort of strange to me. And yeah, the sort of the big thing here is it honestly feels like a lot is going on, right? It feels like a lot of these NPCs are suddenly starting up their quest lines for whatever reason, and I don't really want to miss any of these quest steps. Yet at the same time, it's sometimes really hard to keep track of where these NPCs are going, right? And sometimes maybe they mention something in a dialogue, but then you can't really hear that dialogue again, and then they're just gone. And if you didn't write that down, right, especially if you then maybe don't play for half a week or something, there is no chance you really remember all of that. Well, at least that means that a second playthrough might still be very interesting, right? Considering that, I mean, it felt like the choices with Gideon, Suluvis, and everything concerning Nephali, I think I'm always pronouncing her name wrong, but that seemed to be sort of the first actual choice that I was able to make. Funnily enough, I wonder, I have that celestial dew as well, right? Let's say potentially Suluvis finds out about me betraying him and not actually administering the potion. He would probably be, either hostile towards me, or certainly he wouldn't like that very much, right? But I do have those celestial dews, and as far as I could tell, or as far as the description of that went, I had a feeling that it might have referred to me being able to revert sort of the standing towards an NPC. So I wonder if that's also a possibility, right? If I can not kill Nephali, yet at the same time remain friendly with Suluvis over the course of the game if I use one of those celestial dews. I mean, so far, it seems like he believed us anyway, so it doesn't really matter either way, but if that was a thing at a certain point in time, I wonder if we could revert our standing with him by using one of those dews. Interestingly enough, though, the dews cannot revert character death, right? So I think if an NPC dies, or you kill one, I don't think you can revert that with the dew, right? Because it sounded like you could only sort of revert your quote-unquote relationship status, not necessarily the status of an NPC being alive or dead. But God, there's so many mysteries now. Yeah. Well, I think I did talk quite a lot to NPCs now, so next time I think I should be free to just try and kill the dragon, try and kill the moose, and then go to Nokron potentially and see what that's all about. And hopefully meet Blythe again as well. That's also going to be an interesting thing because I've already been down the well, right? So I wonder where Blythe could potentially be. I wonder if he's waiting at the entrance for us or whatever, right? I mean, last time we met him, he was just in those ruins in the center of the Mistwood. He could also still be there. I don't really know. I need to check that out as well. Need to find him. Well, that was a lot of information. It's really... I mean, on the one hand, I do appreciate the game not having a quest log or something like that. Because usually, I mean, yeah, that's what's most often criticized about modern game design, is that too much is done in terms of like menus and UI elements and all that kind of crap, right? Instead of the characters in the game actually interacting like real characters. And I do like that. I very much like that about Elden Ring, that it doesn't just sort of put a quest log in front of you with markers on the map where you need to go for a quest or something. That's actually pretty cool. But at the same time, I do wish that they at least would give you hints towards how quests progress, or where they progress, or where characters are. And they do that to a degree, but they don't always do that, right? So, sometimes they straight up tell you, okay, you know, or rather most of the NPCs actually will tell you where they go, right? If you talk to them, or if you start a quest with them, or do anything with them, they're kind of telling you where they go. But sometimes they also don't. And that's weird. For example, Bok the Seamster, right? When you first meet him, he tells you that he wants to get his needle and he will go back to the coastal cave, right? So it doesn't exactly tell you where he is, which is okay, because you have at least a rough idea, right? You can sort of guess where he will be, and indeed he is at that coastal cave. And that's fine. And you can sort of rescue him, right? But then he just completely randomly goes to the site of grace that is north of Stormvale, right? The first sort of site of grace that you visit in Liurnia. He doesn't tell you that. Nothing tells you that. He just goes there, and then he sits next to that site of grace for a very long time, and at some point, suddenly, he moves to the site of grace on the highway that leads to the Dectus lift. Also without telling you. Right? All of that just happens sort of seemingly randomly. I don't know if there are triggers for it, or I just don't know. And the game doesn't tell you, and Bok doesn't tell you either. And that's a very big problem. And that happens sometimes. Thankfully, most of the things concerning the NPCs is somewhat clear, right? It's somewhat clear, yet at the same time also holds some mystery to it, usually. And that's fine, right? I mean, overall, it does work somewhat well. And it's certainly a lot more interesting than a game that just straight up shows, like, exclamation marks on your map or something, right? I do appreciate the way Elden Ring does it, but it is, sadly, it is somewhat inconsistent, and it is somewhat hard to keep track of, right? If you don't remember all the NPCs that you talk to, you can easily miss certain ones. And also, for example, the fact that Nepheli, I completely forgot that she is below, or down the staircase next to the smith in the Round Table Hold. And you might just never see her there if you don't just go through the whole Round Table Hold at certain points, right? Because you might go down there the first time you're here, but there is nobody there, right? And I mean, you meet Nepheli a couple of times in the overworld, and then she returns to the Round Table Hold. But I think the first time she's in the Round Table Hold, I think she's actually upstairs and not downstairs. And so, see what I mean? I mean, it's very, there is not necessarily a very high chance, right? As, I guess, a person who is somewhat familiar with the FromSoft games, and also a person who's frequently checking everything to make sure that they've actually met everybody and found every item and all that kind of stuff, right? If you're that type of player where you really want to see everything and you kind of very methodically move through the world in a way where you will see these NPCs eventually, in a way that's fine. But I think even for those players, and that's why I think it's a big problem, even for a player that is very thorough, you can have a very unfortunate sort of combination of events where maybe at a certain point in time you just don't check downstairs, right? For whatever reason, because you think, well, you've been there multiple times already, nobody was ever there, and then suddenly she is there, right? And you might not see her. I think there's a very sort of high chance, 20, 30% chance, I don't know, that you just not see her, even though you're fairly thorough, just simply because there might be a random chance that specifically when she's downstairs, you don't go there for whatever reason, right? I mean, and the same goes for, I think, one of the reasons why I suddenly had so many NPC interactions that were going on all at the same time, I think a reason for that is as well that maybe the game expects you to go to the roundtable hold quite a bit more often than I usually do. Although then again, per game session, I visit the roundtable hold at least once, right? So, yeah, as I said, right, to sort of draw a conclusion here, I do think that it's pretty cool that the game doesn't have any kind of quest log, that you're supposed to keep track of that yourself. Yet at the same time, I do also think that they're not doing their best at keeping you updated about NPCs and locations, right? When you're very thorough and you talk to every NPC, I mean, I'm even taking notes, right? Which probably not a lot of people do. So even with that, I wasn't fully aware of everything that was going on. And sometimes you just forget things. It just, comes with the subject matter, I guess. And also, it's a big open world game. There is a high chance that you might be doing something else for 10, 20 hours, right? And then suddenly return to a quest line. To keep all of that in mind and keep track of it is somewhat problematic in this game. And I wish that they would have done something to make that easier. I mean, they did introduce with a patch, they did introduce those symbols where the NPCs are on your map, but first of all, that doesn't exist for the roundtable hold. Second of all, it only exists for NPCs where you know that, like, when an NPC moves to another location, you don't see that on the map right away. You still have to find them, which is fine, but yeah, it still has the same problem that I mentioned, right? And yeah, I don't really know. It's it is sort of cool in a couple of ways, and it has some problems as well, which is a big theme of Elden Ring. It's very, very good, very cool in on a lot of ways, yet it also always has some sort of problem that just seems straight up unnecessary that it even exists, right? Oh well. That's going to be it for now. I need to eat something. Need to make myself some lunch. There's a very high chance today that I'll be streaming this afternoon as well, and hopefully we'll be able to get through quite a bit more of Elden Ring today. So hopefully I'll be back in about 2 hours maybe. Until then, hope you'll be back as well. Hope you had a lot of fun, and have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. See you. Bye-bye.